Section 13 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series by Richard Harris Barham. Section 13. The when, the where, and the how of the succeeding narrative speak for themselves. It may be proper, however, to observe that the ruins here alluded to, and improperly termed the Abbey, are not those of Bolsover, described in a preceding page, but the remains of a preceptory once belonging to the Knights Templar, situate near Swinkfield, or, as it is now generally spelt and pronounced, Swingfield, Minnis, a rough tract of common land now undergoing the process of enclosure, and adjoining the woods and arable lands of Tappington, at the distance of some 2 miles from the Hall, to the southeastern windows of which the time-worn walls in question, as seen over the intervening coppices, present a picturesque and striking object. The Witches' Frolic. Scene: the Snuggery at Tappington. Grandpapa in a high-backed, cane-bottomed elbow-chair of carved walnut tree, dozing, his nose at an angle of 45 degrees, his thumbs slowly perform the rotatory motion described by lexicographers as twiddling. The Hope of the Family, astride on a walking-stick, with burnt cork mustachios, and a pheasant's tail pinned in his cap, solaceth himself with martial music. Roused by a strain of surpassing dissonance, Grandpapa loquitur. Come hither, my little boy Ned, come hither unto my knee. I cannot away with that horrible din, that sixpenny drum, and that trumpet of tin. Oh, better to wander frank and free through the fair of good St. Bartlemy, than list to such awful minstrelsy. Now lay, little Ned, those nuisances by, and I'll read ye a lay of gramarye. Grandpapa riseth, yawneth like the crater of an extinct volcano, proceedeth slowly to the window, and apostrophizeth the Abbey in the distance. I love thy tower, grey ruin, I joy thy form to see, though reft of all, cell, cloister, and hall, nothing is left save a tottering wall, that awfully grand and darkly dull, threatened to fall and demolish my skull, as ages ago I wandered along, careless thy grass-grown courts among, in sky-blue jacket and trousers laced, the latter uncommonly short in the waist. Thou art dearer to me, thou ruin grey, than the squire's veranda over the way, and fairer I ween the ivy sheen that thy mouldering turret binds, than the alderman's house about half a mile off with the green Venetian blinds. Full many a tale would my grandam tell, in many a bygone day, of darksome deeds, which of old befell in thee, thou ruin grey, and I the readiest ear would lend, and stare like frightened pig, while my grandfather's hair would have stood on end, had he not worn a wig. One tale I remember of mickle dread. Now lith and listen, my little boy Ned. Thou mayst have read, my little boy Ned, though thy mother thine idless blames, in Dr. Goldsmith's history book of a gentleman called King James, in quilted doublet and great trunk breeches, who held in abhorrence tobacco and witches. Well, in King James' golden days, for the days were golden then, they could not be less, for good Queen Bess had died aged 80, and her days we know were all of them so, while the court poet sung and the court gallants swore, that the days were as golden still as before. Some people, 'tis true, a troublesome few, who historical points would unsettle, have lately thrown out a sort of a doubt of the genuine ring of the metal. But who can believe to a monarch so wise people would dare tell a parcel of lies? Well then, in good King James's days, golden or not does not matter a jot. Yon ruin a sort of a roof had got, for though repairs lacking, its walls had been cracking since Harry the Eighth sent its people a-packing Though joists and floors, and windows and doors had all disappeared, yet pillars by scores remained and still propped up a ceiling or two, while the belfry was almost as good as new. You are not to suppose matters looked just so in the ruin some 200 years ago. Just in that farthermost angle where there are still the remains of a winding stair, one turret especially high in the air upreared its tall gaunt form, as if defying the power of fate or the hand of time, the innovator. And though to the pitiless storm its weaker brethren all around, bowing in ruin, had strewed the ground, alone it stood, while its fellows lay strewed, like a 4-bottle man in a company screwed, not firm on his legs, but by no means subdued. One night, 'twas in 1606, I like when I can, Ned, the date to fix. The month was May, though I can't well say, at this distance of time, the particular day. But oh, that night, that horrible night! Folks ever afterwards said with affright that they never had seen such a terrible sight. The sun had gone down fiery red, and if that evening he laid his head in Thetis' lap beneath the seas, he must have scalded the goddess' knees. He left behind him a lurid track of blood-red light upon clouds so black that Warren and Hunt and the whole of their crew could scarcely have given them a darker hue. There came a shrill and a whistling sound, above, beneath, beside, and around, yet leaf ne'er moved on tree, so that some people thought old Beelzebub must have been locked out of doors and was blowing the dust from the pipe of his street door key. And then a hollow moaning blast came sounding more dismally still than the last, and the lightning flashed and the thunder growled, and louder the tempest howled, and the rain came down in such sheets as would stagger a bard with a simile short of Niagara. Rob Gilpin was a citizen, bad though of some renown, of no great credit in his own or any other town. He was a wild and roving lad, for ever in the alehouse boozing, or romping, which is quite as bad, with female friends of his own choosing. And Rob this very day had made, not dreaming such a storm was ruin, an assignation with Miss Slade, their trysting place that same grey ruin. But Gertrude Slade became afraid, and to keep her appointment unwilling, when she spied the rain on her window pane in drops as big as a shilling, she put off her hat and her mantle again. He'll never expect me in all this rain. But little he recks of the fears of the sex, or that maiden false to her tryst could be. He had stood there a good half hour, ere yet had commenced that perilous shower, alone by the trysting tree. Robin looks east, Robin looks west, but he sees not her whom he loves the best. Robin looks up, and Robin looks down, but no one comes from the neighbouring town. The storm came at last, loud roared the blast, and the shades of evening fell thick and fast. The tempest grew, and the straggling yew, his leafy umbrella, was wet through and through. Rob was half dead with cold and with fright, when he spies in the ruins a twinkling light. A hop, 2 skips, and a jump, and straight Rob stands within that postern gate, and there were gossips sitting there, by 1, by 2, by 3. 2 were an old ill-favoured pair, but the third was young and passing fair, with laughing eyes and with coal-black hair. A dainty queen was she. Rob would have given his ears to sip but a single salute from her cherry lip. As they sat in that old and haunted room, in each one's hand was a huge birch broom, on each one's head was a steeple-crowned hat, on each one's knee was a coal-black cat. Each had a kirtle of Lincoln green. It was, I trow, a fearsome scene. Now riddle me right, Madge Gray, what foot unhallowed wends this way? Goody Price, now rede me right, who roams the old ruins this drearysome night? Then up and spake that sonsie Queen, and she spake both loud and clear, ' Oh, be it for weal, or be it for woe, Enter friend, or enter foe, Rob Gilpin is welcome here. Now tread we a measure, a hall, a hall, Now tread we a measure,' quoth she, The heart of Robin beat thick and throbbing, Roving Bob, tread a measure with me. Ay, lassie, quoth Rob, as her hand he gripes, Though Satan himself were blowing the pipes. Now around they go, and around, and around, With hop, skip, and jump, and frolicsome bound, Such sailing and gliding, such sinking and sliding, Such lofty curvetting, and grand pirouetting, Ned, you would swear that Monsieur Gilbert and Miss Taglioni were capering there. And oh, such awful music ne'er Fell sound so uncanny on mortal ear. There were the tones of a dying man's groans, Mixed with the rattling of dead men's bones. Had ye heard the shrieks and the squeals and the squeaks, You'd not have forgotten the sound for weeks. And around, and around, and around they go, Heel to heel, and toe to toe, Prance and caper, curvet and wheel, Toe to toe, and heel to heel. 'Tis merry, comers, I trow, To dance thus beneath the nightshade bough. Goody Price, now riddle me right, Where may we sup this frolicsome night? Mine host of the Dragon hath mutton and veal, The squire hath partridge and widgeon and teal, But old Sir Topas hath daintier cheer, A pasty made of the good red deer, A huge grouse pie, and a fine Florentine, A fat roast goose, and a turkey and chine. Madge Gray, now tell me, I pray, Where's the best wassail bowl to our roundelay? There is ale in the cellars of Tappington Hall, But the squire is a churl, and his drink is small. Mine host of the Dragon hath many a flagon Of double ale lamb's wool and eau de vie, But Sir Topas the vicar hath costlier liquor, A butt of the choicest Malvoisie. He doth not lack canary or sack, And a good pint stoup of clary wine Smacks merrily off with a turkey and chine. Now away, and away, without delay, Hey, cockalorum, my broomstick gay, We must be back ere the dawn of the day. Hey, up the chimney, away, away. Old Goody Price mounts in a trice, In showing her legs she is not over nice. Old Goody Jones, all skin and bones, Follows like winking, away go the crones, Knees and nose in a line with the toes, Sitting their brooms like so many Ducrows. Latest and last, the damsel passed, One glance of her coal black eye she cast, She laugh'd with glee, loud laughters three. Dost fear, Rob Gilpin, to ride with me? Oh, never might man unscathed espy One single glance from that coal black eye. Away she flew. Without more ado, Rob seizes and mounts on a broomstick too. Hey, up the chimney, lass, hey after you. It's a very fine thing on a fine day in June To ride through the air in a Nassau balloon, But you'll find very soon, if you aim at the moon, In a carriage like that you're a bit of a spoon. For the largest can't fly above 20 miles high, And you're not half way then on your journey, nor nigh, While no man alive could ever contrive, Mr. Green has declared, to get higher than 5. And the soundest philosophers hold that perhaps If you reached 20 miles your balloon would collapse, Or pass by such action the sphere of attraction, Getting into the track of some comet. Good lack! 'Tis 1,000 to 1 that you'd never come back, And the boldest of mortals a danger like that must fear, Rashly protruding beyond our own atmosphere. No, no, when I try a trip to the sky, I shan't go in that thing of yours, Mr. Guy, Though Messrs. Monck Mason and Spencer and Beasley All join in saying it travels so easily. No, there's nothing so good as a pony of wood, Not like that which of late they stuck up on the gate At the end of the park, which caused so much debate, And gave so much trouble to make it stand straight, But a regular broomstick, you'll find that the favourite above all when like Robin you haven't to pay for it. Stay, really I dread I am losing the thread of my tale, and it's time you should be in your bed. So lith now, and listen, my little boy Ned. The vicarage walls are lofty and thick, and the copings are stone, and the sides are brick. The casements are narrow and bolted and barred, and the stout oak door is heavy and hard. Moreover, by way of additional guard, a great big dog runs loose in the yard, and a horseshoe is nailed on the threshold sill, to keep out aught that savours of ill. But alack, the chimney pot's open still. That great big dog begins to quail, between his hind legs he drops his tail. Crouched on the ground the terrified hound gives vent to a very odd sort of a sound. It is not a bark, loud, open, and free, as an honest old watchdog's bark should be. It is not a yelp, it is not a growl, but a something between a whine and a howl. And hark, a sound from the window high responds to the watchdog's pitiful cry. It is not a moan, it is not a groan, it comes from a nose, but is not what a nose produces in healthy and sound repose. Yet Sir Topas the vicar is fast asleep, and his respirations are heavy and deep. He snores, 'tis true, but he snores no more, as he's aye been accustomed to snore before, and as men of his kidney are wont to snore. Sir Topas' weight is 16 stone 4. He draws his breath like a man distressed by pain or grief, or like one oppressed by some ugly old incubus perched on his breast. A something seems to disturb his dreams, and thrice on his ear, distinct and clear, falls a voice as of somebody whispering near, in still small accents faint and few, "Hey, down the chimney pot, hey, after you!" Throughout the vicarage near and far, there is no lack of bolt or of bar. There are plenty of locks to closet and box, yet the pantry wicket is standing ajar, and the little low door, through which you must go down some half-dozen steps to the cellar below, is also unfastened, though no one may know, by so much as a guess how it comes to be so. For wicket and door the evening before were both of them locked, and the key safely placed on the bunch that hangs down from the housekeeper's waist. Oh, 'twas a jovial sight to view, in that snug little cellar, that frolicsome crew. Old Goody Price had got something nice, a turkey poult larded with bacon and spice. Old Goody Jones would touch naught that had bones, she might just as well mumble a parcel of stones. Goody Jones, in sooth, hath got never a tooth, and a new college pudding of marrow and plums is the dish of all others that suiteth her gums. Madge Gray was picking the breast of a chicken. Her coal-black eye, with its glance so sly, was fixed on Rob Gilpin himself sitting by, with his heart full of love and his mouth full of pie. Grouse pie with hare in the middle is fair, which duly concocted with science and care, Dr. Kitchener says is beyond all compare, and a tenderer leveret Robin had never et, so in after times oft was he wont to asseverate. Now pledge we the wine cup, a health, a health, sweet are the pleasures obtained by stealth. Fill up, the brim of the cup is the part that eye holdeth the toothsomest sup. Here's to thee, Goody Price, Goody Jones, to thee, roving Rob, and again to me. Many a sip, never a slip, come to us four twixt the cup and the lip. The cups pass quick, the toasts fly thick, Rob tries in vain out their meaning to pick, but here's the words scratch, and old Bogey and Nick more familiar grown now he stands up alone, volunteering to give them a toast of his own. A bumper of wine, fill thine, fill mine, here's a health to old Noah who planted the vine. Oh, then what sneezing, what coughing and wheezing ensued in a way that was not over-pleasing. Goody Price, Goody Jones, and the pretty Madge Gray all seemed as their liquor had gone the wrong way. But the best of the joke was the moment he spoke those words which the party seemed almost to choke, as by mentioning Noah some spell had been broke. Every soul in the house at that instant awoke. and hearing the din from barrel and bin, drew at once the conclusion that thieves had got in. Up jumped the cook and caught hold of her spit, up jumped the groom and took bridle and bit, up jumped the gardener and shouldered his spade, up jumped the scullion, the footman, the maid. The two last, by the way, occasioned some scandal by appearing together with only one candle, which gave for unpleasant surmises some handle. Up jumped the swineherd and up jumped the big boy, a nondescript under him acting as pig boy, butler, housekeeper, coachman from bottom to top. Everybody jumped up without parley or stop, with the weapon which first in their way chanced to drop, whip, warming pan, wig, block, mug, musket, and mop. Last of all doth appear, with some symptoms of fear, Sir Topas in person to bring up the rear, in a mixed kind of costume, half pontificalibus, half what scholars denominate pure naturalibus. Nay, the truth to express, as you'll easily guess, they have none of them time to attend much to dress, but he or she, as the case may be, he or she seizes what he or she pleases, trunkhosen or kirtles, and shirts or chemises, and thus one and all, great and small, short and tall, muster at once in the vicarage hall, with upstanding locks, starting eyes, shortened breath, like the folks in the gallery scene in Macbeth, when Macduff is announcing their sovereign's death. And hark, what accents clear and strong to the listening throng came floating along! 'Tis Robin encoring himself in a song. Very good song, very well sung, jolly companions every one. On to the cellar, away, away, on to the cellar without more delay. The whole posse rush onwards in battle array. Conceive the dismay of the party so gay, Old Goody Jones, Goody Price, and Madge Gray, when the door bursting open, they descried the allied troops prepared for the onslaught roll in like a tide, and the spits and the tongs and the pokers beside. Boots and saddles the word, mount, comers, and ride. Alarm was ne'er caused more strong and indigenous by cats among rats, or a hawk in a pigeon house. Quick from the view, away they all flew, with a yell and a screech and a hullabaloo. Hey up the chimney, hey after you! The Volscians themselves made an exit less speedy, from Corioli, fluttered like doves by Macready. They are gone, save one, Robin alone, Robin, whose high state of civilization precludes all idea of aerostation, and who now has no notion of more locomotion than suffices to kick with much zeal and devotion right and left at the party who pounced on their victim, and mauled him, and kicked him, and licked him, and pricked him, as they bore him away, scarce aware what was done, and believing it all but a part of the fun, hiccuping out the same strain he'd begun. Jolly companions every one. Morning grey scarce bursts into day, ere at Tappington Hall there's the deuce to pay. The tables and chairs are all placed in array, in the old oak parlour, and in and out, domestics and neighbours, a motley rout, are walking and whispering and standing about, and the squire is there, in his large armchair, leaning back with a grave magisterial air. In the front of a seat a huge volume called Fleta, and Bracton, a tome of an old-fashioned look, and Coke upon Littleton, then a new book, and he moistens his lips with occasional sips from a luscious sack posset that smiles in a tankard, close by on a side table, not that he drank hard, but because at that day, I hardly need say, the Hong merchants had not yet invented how quay, nor as yet would you see Souchong or Bohea at the tables of persons of any degree. How our ancestors managed to do without tea, I must fairly confess is a mystery to me. Yet your Lydgates and Chaucers had no cups and saucers. Their breakfast, in fact, and the best they could get, was a sort of a déjeuner à la fourchette. Instead of our slops, they had cutlets and chops, and sack possets and ale in stoups, tankards, and pots, and they wound up the meal with rump steaks and shallots. Now the squire lifts his hand with an air of command, and gives them a sign which they all understand, to bring in the culprit, and straightway the carter and huntsmen drag in that unfortunate martyr, still kicking and crying, "Come, what are you arter?" The charge is prepared, and the evidence clear, he was caught in the cellar a-drinking the beer, and came there, there's very great reason to fear, with companions, to say but the least of them, queer, such as witches and creatures with horrible features, and horrible grins, and hooked noses and chins, who'd been playing the deuce with his reverence's bins. The face of his worship grows graver and graver, as the parties detail Robin's shameful behaviour. Mr. Buzzard, the clerk, while the tale is reciting, sits down to reduce the affair into writing, with all proper diction, and due legal fiction, viz. That he, the said prisoner, as clearly was shown, conspiring with folks to deponents unknown, with divers, that is to say 2,000 people, in 2,000 hats, each hat peaked like a steeple, with force and with arms, and with sorcery and charms, upon 2,000 brooms, entered 4,000 rooms, to wit 2,000 pantries, and 2,000 cellars, put in bodily fear 20,000 indwellers, and with sundry, that is to say 2,000 forks, drew divers, that is to say 10,000 corks, and with malice prepense down their 2,000 throttles, emptied various, that is to say 10,000 bottles, all in breach of the peace moved by Satan's malignity, and in spite of King James and his crown and his dignity. At words so profound, Rob gazes around, but no glance sympathetic to cheer him is found. No glance, did I say? Yes, one, Madge Gray. She is there in the midst of the crowd standing by, and she gives him one glance from her coal black eye, one touch to his hand, and one word to his ear. That's a line which I've stolen from Sir Walter, I fear. While nobody near seems to see her or hear, as his worship takes up and surveys with a strict eye the broom now produced as the corpus delicti. Ere his fingers can clasp, it is snatched from his grasp, the end poked in his chest with a force makes him gasp, and despite the decorum so due to the quorum, his worship's upset, and so too is his jorum, and Madge is astride on the broomstick before 'em. Hocus pocus, quick presto, and hey cockalorum! Mount, mount for your life, Rob! Sir Justice, adieu! Hey up the chimney pot, hey after you! Through the mystified group, with a halloo and a whoop, Madge on the pommel, and Robin on croup, the pair through the air right as if in a chair, while the party below stand mouth open and stare, clean bumbazed and amazed, and fixed, all the room stick. Oh, what's gone with Robin, and Madge, and the broomstick? Ay, what's gone indeed, Ned? Of what befell Madge Gray and the broomstick I never heard tell, but Robin was found that morn on the ground, in yon old grey ruin again, safe and sound, except that at first he complained much of thirst, and a shocking bad headache, of all ills the worst, and close by his knee a flask you might see, but an empty one, smelling of eau de vie. Rob from this hour is an altered man. He runs home to his lodgings as fast as he can, sticks to his trade, marries Miss Slade, becomes a teetotaler, that is the same as teetotalers now, one in all but the name, grows fond of small beer, which is always a steady sign, never drinks spirits except as a medicine, learns to despise coal black eyes, minds pretty girls no more than so many guys, has a family, lives to be 60 and dies. Now, my little boy Ned, brush off to your bed, tie your nightcap on safe, or a napkin instead, or these terrible nights you'll catch cold in your head, and remember my tale, and the moral it teaches, which you'll find much the same as what Solomon preaches. Don't flirt with young ladies, don't practise soft speeches, avoid waltzes, quadrilles, pumps, silk hose, and knee breeches. Frequent not grey ruins, shun riot and revelry, hocus pocus and conjuring, and all sorts of devilry. Don't meddle with broomsticks, they're Beelzebub's switches. Of cellars keep clear, they're the devil's own ditches. And beware of balls, banquetings, brandy, and witches. Above all, don't run after black eyes. If you do, depend on't you'll find what I say will come true. Old Nick some fine morning will hey after you. Note on the Squire of Tappington. Stephen Ingoldsby, surnamed the Niggard, second cousin and successor to the bad Sir Giles. Visitation of Kent, 1666. For an account of his murder by burglars, and their subsequent execution, see Dodsley's Remarkable Trials, etc. London, 1776, Volume 2, page 264. Ex the present volume, article Hand of Glory. End of note. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series by Richard Harris Barham. Section 14. Strange as the events detailed in the succeeding narrative may appear, they are, I have not the slightest doubt, true to the letter. Whatever impression they may make upon the reader, that produced by them on the narrator, I can aver, was neither light nor transient. Singular passage in the life of the late Henry Harris, Doctor in Divinity, as related by the Reverend Jasper Ingoldsby, M.A., his friend and executor. In order that the extraordinary circumstance which I am about to relate may meet with the credit it deserves, I think it necessary to premise that my reverend friend, among whose papers I find it recorded, was, in his lifetime, ever esteemed as a man of good plain understanding, strict veracity, and unimpeached morals, by no means of a nervous temperament, or one likely to attach undue weight to any occurrences out of the common course of events, merely because his reflections might not, at the moment, afford him a ready solution to its difficulties. On the truth of his narrative, as far as he was personally concerned, no one who knew him would hesitate to place the most implicit reliance. His history is briefly this. He had married early in life, and was a widower at the age of 39, with an only daughter, who had then arrived at puberty, and was just married to a near connection of our own family. The sudden death of her husband, occasioned by a fall from his horse, only 3 days after her confinement, was abruptly communicated to Mrs. S. by a thoughtless girl who saw her master brought lifeless into the house, and with all that inexplicable anxiety to be the first to tell bad news, so common among the lower orders, rushed at once into the sick-room with her intelligence. The shock was too severe, and though the young widow survived the fatal event several months, yet she gradually sank under the blow and expired, leaving a boy, not a 12-month old, to the care of his maternal grandfather. My poor friend was sadly shaken by this melancholy catastrophe. Time, however, and a strong religious feeling succeeded at length in moderating the poignancy of his grief, a consummation much advanced by his infant charge, who now succeeded, as it were by inheritance, to the place in his affections left vacant by his daughter's decease. Frederick S. grew up to be a fine lad. His person and features were decidedly handsome. Still there was, as I remember, an unpleasant expression in his countenance, and an air of reserve, attributed by the few persons who called occasionally at the vicarage, to the retired life led by his grandfather, and the little opportunity he had, in consequence, of mixing in the society of his equals in age and intellect. Brought up entirely at home, his progress in the common branches of education was, without any great display of precocity, rather in advance of the generality of boys of his own standing, partly owing, perhaps, to the turn which even his amusements took from the first. His sole associate was the son of the village apothecary, a boy about 2 years older than himself, whose father, being really clever in his profession, and a good operative chemist, had constructed for himself a small laboratory, in which, as he was fond of children, the two boys spent a great portion of their leisure time, witnessing many of those little experiments so attractive to youth, and in time aspiring to imitate what they admired. In such society it is not surprising that Frederick S. should imbibe a strong taste for the sciences which formed his principal amusement, or that when, in process of time, it became necessary to choose his walk in life, a profession so intimately connected with his favourite pursuit as that of medicine should be eagerly selected. No opposition was offered by my friend, who, knowing that the greater part of his own income would expire with his life, and that the remainder would prove an insufficient resource to his grandchild, was only anxious that he should follow such a path as would secure him that moderate and respectable competency, which is perhaps more conducive to real happiness than a more elevated or wealthy station. Frederick was accordingly, at the proper age, matriculated at Oxford, with the view of studying the higher branches of medicine. A few months after his friend John W. had proceeded to Leyden for the purpose of making himself acquainted with the practice of surgery in the hospitals and lecture rooms attached to that university. The boyish intimacy of their younger days did not, as is frequently the case, yield to separation. On the contrary, a close correspondence was kept up between them. Dr. Harris was even prevailed upon to allow Frederick to take a trip to Holland to see his friend, and John returned the visit to Frederick at Oxford. Satisfactory as, for some time, were the accounts of the general course of Frederick S.'s studies, by degrees rumours of a less pleasant nature reached the ears of some of his friends. To the vicarage, however, I have reason to believe they never penetrated. The good old doctor was too well beloved in his parish for anyone voluntarily to give him pain, and after all nothing beyond whispers and surmises had reached X, when the worthy vicar was surprised on a sudden by a request from his grandchild that he might be permitted to take his name off the books of the university, and proceed to finish his education in conjunction with his friend W. at Leyden. Such a proposal, made, too, at a time when the period for his graduating could not be far distant, both surprised and grieved the doctor. He combated the design with more perseverance than he had ever been known to exert in opposition to any declared wish of his darling boy before, but, as usual, gave way when more strongly pressed, from sheer inability to persist in a refusal which seemed to give so much pain to Frederick, especially when the latter, with more energy than was quite becoming their relative situations, expressed his positive determination of not returning to Oxford, whatever might be the result of his grandfather's decision. My friend, his mind perhaps a little weakened by a short but severe nervous attack, from which he had scarcely recovered, at length yielded a reluctant consent, and Frederick quitted England. It was not till some months had elapsed after his departure that I had reason to suspect that the eager desire of availing himself of opportunities for study abroad, not afforded him at home, was not the sole or even the principal reason which had drawn Frederick so abruptly from his alma mater. A chance visit to the university, and a conversation with a senior fellow belonging to his late college, convinced me of this. Still I found it impossible to extract from the letter the precise nature of his offence. That he had given way to most culpable indulgences I had before heard hinted, and when I recollected how he had been at once launched from a state of what might be well called seclusion into a world where so many enticements were lying in wait to allure, with liberty, example, everything to tempt him from the straight road, Regret, I frankly own, was more the predominant feeling in my mind, than either surprise or condemnation. But here was evidently something more than mere ordinary excess, some act of profligacy, perhaps, of a deeper stain, which had induced his superiors, who at first had been loud in his praises, to desire him to withdraw himself quietly, but for ever. And such an intimation, I found, had in fact been conveyed to him from an authority which it was impossible to resist. Seeing that my informant was determined not to be explicit, I did not press for a disclosure, which, if made, would in all probability only have given me pain, and that the rather, as my old friend the doctor had recently obtained a valuable living from Lord M., only a few miles distant from the market town in which I resided, where he now was, amusing himself in putting his grounds into order, ornamenting his house, and getting everything ready against his grandson's expected visit in the following autumn. October came, and with it came Frederick. He rode over more than once to see me, sometimes accompanied by the doctor, between whom and myself the recent loss of my poor daughter Louisa had drawn the cords of sympathy still closer. More than 2 years had flown on in this way, in which Frederick S. had as many times made temporary visits to his native country. The time was fast approaching when he was expected to return and finally take up his residence in England, when the sudden illness of my wife's father obliged us to take a journey into Lancashire, my old friend, who had himself a curate, kindly offering to fix his quarters at my parsonage, and superintend the concerns of my parish, till my return. Alas, when I saw him next, he was on the bed of death. My absence was necessarily prolonged much beyond what I had anticipated. A letter with a foreign postmark had, as I afterwards found, been brought over from his own house to my venerable substitute in the interval, and barely giving himself time to transfer the charge he had undertaken to a neighbouring clergyman, he had hurried off at once to Leyden. His arrival there was, however, too late. Frederick was dead, killed in a duel, occasioned, it was said, by no ordinary provocation on his part, although the flight of his antagonist had added to the mystery which enveloped its origin. The long journey, its melancholy termination, and the complete overthrow of all my poor friend's earthly hopes, were too much for him. He appeared, too, as I was informed by the proprietor of the house in which I had found him, when his summons at length had brought me to his bedside, to have received some sudden and unaccountable shock, which even the death of his grandson was inadequate to explain. There was, indeed, a wildness in his fast glazing eye, which mingled strangely with the glance of satisfaction thrown upon me as he pressed my hand. He endeavoured to raise himself, and would have spoken, but fell back in the effort, and closed his eyes for ever. I buried him there, by the side of the object of his more than parental affection, in a foreign land. It is from the papers that I discovered in his travelling case that I submit the following extracts, without, however, presuming to advance an opinion on the strange circumstances which they detail, or even as to the connection which some may fancy they discover between different parts of them. The first was evidently written at my own house, and bears date August the 15th, 18 —, about 3 weeks after my own departure for Preston. It begins thus: Tuesday, August 15th. Poor girl! I forget who it is that says, the real ills of life are light in comparison with fancied evils, and certainly the scene I have just witnessed goes some way towards establishing the truth of the hypothesis. Among the afflictions which flesh is heir to, a diseased imagination is far from being the lightest, even when considered separately, and without taking into the account those bodily pains and sufferings which, so close is the connection between mind and matter, are but too frequently attendant upon any disorder of the fancy. Seldom has my interest been more powerfully excited than by poor Mary Graham. Her age, her appearance, her pale, melancholy features, the very contour of her countenance, all conspire to remind me, but too forcibly, of one who, waking or sleeping, is never long absent from my thoughts. But enough of this. A fine morning had succeeded one of the most tempestuous nights I ever remember, and I was just sitting down to a substantial breakfast, which the care of my friend Ingoldsby's housekeeper, kind-hearted Mrs. Wilson, had prepared for me, when I was interrupted by a summons to the sick-bed of a young parishioner whom I had frequently seen in my walks, and had remarked for the regularity of her attendance at divine worship. Mary Graham is the elder of two daughters, residing with their mother, the widow of an attorney, who, dying suddenly in the prime of life, left his family but slenderly provided for. A strict though not parsimonious economy has, however, enabled them to live with an appearance of respectability and comfort, and from the personal attractions which both the girls possess, their mother is evidently not without hopes of seeing one, at least, of them advantageously settled in life. As far as poor Mary is concerned, I fear she is doomed to inevitable disappointment, as I am much mistaken if consumption has not laid its wasting finger upon her, while this last recurrence of what I cannot but believe to be a formidable epileptic attack threatens to shake out, with even added velocity, the little sand that may yet remain within the hourglass of time. Her very delusion, too, is of such a nature as, by adding to bodily illness the agitation of superstitious terror, can scarcely fail to accelerate the catastrophe, which I think I see fast approaching. Before I was introduced into the sick-room, her sister, who had been watching my arrival from the window, took me into their little parlour, and, after the usual civilities, began to prepare me for the visit I was about to pay. Her countenance was marked at once with trouble and alarm, and in a low tone of voice, which some internal emotion, rather than the fear of disturbing the invalid in a distant room, had subdued almost to a whisper, informed me that my presence was become necessary, not more as a clergyman than a magistrate, that the disorder with which her sister had, during the night, been so suddenly and unaccountably seized, was one of no common kind, but attended with circumstances which, coupled with the declarations of the sufferer, took it out of all ordinary calculations, and, to use her own expression, that malice was at the bottom of it. Naturally supposing that these insinuations were intended to intimate the partaking of some deleterious substance on the part of the invalid, I inquired what reason she had for imagining, in the first place, that anything of a poisonous nature had been administered at all, and secondly, what possible incitement any human being could have for the perpetration of so foul a deed towards so innocent and unoffending an individual. Her answer considerably relieved the apprehensions I had begun to entertain lest the poor girl should, from some unknown cause, have herself been attempting to rush uncalled into the presence of her Creator. At the same time, it surprised me not a little by its apparent want of rationality and common sense. She had no reason to believe, she said, that her sister had taken poison, or that any attempt upon her life had been made, or was perhaps contemplated, but that still malice was at work, the malice of villains or fiends, or of both combined, that no causes purely natural would suffice to account for the state in which her sister had been now twice placed, or for the dreadful sufferings she had undergone while in that state, and that she was determined the whole affair should undergo a thorough investigation. Seeing that the poor girl was now herself labouring under a great degree of excitement, I did not think it necessary to enter at that moment into a discussion upon the absurdity of her opinion, but applied myself to the tranquillizing of her mind, by assurances of a proper inquiry, and then drew her attention to the symptoms of the indisposition, and the way in which it had first made its appearance. The violence of the storm last night had, I found, induced the whole family to sit up far beyond their usual hour, till wearied out at length, and, as their mother observed, tired of burning fire and candle to no purpose, they repaired to their several chambers. The sisters occupied the same room. Elizabeth was already at her humble toilet, and had commenced the arrangement of her hair for the night, when her attention was at once drawn from her employment by a half-smothered shriek and exclamation from her sister, who, in her delicate state of health, had found walking up 2 flights of stairs, perhaps a little more quickly than usual, an exertion, to recover from which she had seated herself in a large armchair. Turning hastily at the sound, she perceived Mary deadly pale, grasping, as it were convulsively, each arm of the chair which supported her, and bending forward in the attitude of listening. Her lips were trembling and bloodless. Cold drops of perspiration stood upon her forehead, and in an instant after exclaiming in a piercing tone, "Hark! They are calling me again! It is the same voice! Oh, no, no! Oh, my God! Save me, Betsy! Hold me! Save me!" She fell forward upon the floor. Elizabeth flew to her assistance, raised her, and by her cries brought both her mother, who had not yet got into bed, and their only servant girl, to her aid. The latter was dispatched at once for medical help, but from the appearance of the sufferer, it was much to be feared that she would soon be beyond the reach of art. Her agonized parent and sister succeeded in bearing her between them and placing her on a bed. A faint and intermittent pulsation was for a while perceptible, but in a few moments a general shudder shook the whole body. The pulse ceased, the eyes became fixed and glassy, the jaw dropped, a cold clamminess usurped the place of the genial warmth of life. Before Mr. I arrived, everything announced that dissolution had taken place, and that the freed spirit had quitted its mortal tenement. The appearance of the surgeon confirmed their worst apprehensions. A vein was opened, but the blood refused to flow, and Mr. I pronounced that the vital spark was indeed extinguished. The poor mother, whose attachment to her children was perhaps the more powerful, as they were the sole relatives or connections she had in the world, was overwhelmed with a grief amounting almost to frenzy. It was with difficulty that she was removed to her own room by the united strength of her daughter and medical adviser. Nearly an hour had elapsed during the endeavour at calming her transports. They had succeeded, however, to a certain extent, and Mr. I had taken his leave, when Elizabeth, re-entering the bedchamber in which her sister lay, in order to pay the last sad duties to her corpse, was horror-struck at seeing a crimson stream of blood running down the side of the counterpane to the floor. Her exclamation brought the girl again to her side, when it was perceived, to their astonishment, that the sanguine stream proceeded from the arm of the body, which was now manifesting signs of returning life. The half-frantic mother flew to the room, and it was with difficulty that they could prevent her, in her agitation, from so acting as to extinguish forever the hope which had begun to rise in their bosoms. A long-drawn sigh, amounting almost to a groan, followed by several convulsive gaspings, was the prelude to the restoration of the animal functions in poor Mary. A shriek, almost preternaturally loud, considering her state of exhaustion, succeeded, but she did recover, and with the help of restoratives, was well enough towards morning to express a strong desire that I should be sent for, a desire the more readily complied with, inasmuch as the strange expressions and declarations she had made since her restoration to consciousness had filled her sister with the most horrible suspicions. The nature of these suspicions was such as would at any other time, perhaps, have raised a smile upon my lips, but the distress and even agony of the poor girl, as she half hinted and half expressed them, were such as entirely to preclude every sensation at all approaching to mirth. Without endeavouring, therefore, to combat ideas evidently too strongly impressed upon her mind at the moment, to admit of present refutation, I merely used a few encouraging words, and requested her to precede me to the sick chamber. The invalid was lying on the outside of the bed, partly dressed, and wearing a white dimity wrapping gown, the colour of which corresponded but too well with the deadly paleness of her complexion. Her cheek was wan and sunken, giving an extraordinary prominence to her eye, which gleamed with a lustrous brilliancy not unfrequently characteristic of the aberration of intellect. I took her hand. It was chill and clammy, the pulse feeble and intermittent, and the general debility of her frame was such that I would fain have persuaded her to defer any conversation which, in her present state, she might not be equal to support. Her positive assurance that, until she had disburdened herself of what she called her dreadful secret, she could know no rest either of mind or body, at length induced me to comply with her wish, opposition to which, in her then frame of mind, might perhaps be attended with even worse effects than its indulgence. I bowed acquiescence, and in a low and faltering voice, with frequent interruptions occasioned by her weakness, she gave me the following singular account of the sensations which, she averred, had been experienced by her during her trance. "This, sir," she began, "is not the first time that the cruelty of others has, for what purpose I am unable to conjecture, put me to a degree of torture which I can compare to no suffering either of body or mind which I have ever before experienced. On a former occasion I was willing to believe it the mere effect of a hideous dream, or what is vulgarly termed the nightmare, but this repetition, and the circumstances under which I was last summoned, at a time, too, when I had not even composed myself to rest, fatally convince me of the reality of what I have seen and suffered. This is no time for concealment of any kind. It is now more than a 12-month since I was in the habit of occasionally encountering, in my walks, a young man of prepossessing appearance and gentlemanly deportment. He was always alone, and generally reading, but I could not be long in doubt that these rencounters, which became every week more frequent, were not the effect of accident, or that his attention, when we did meet, was less directed to his book than to my sister and myself. He even seemed to wish to address us, and I have no doubt would have taken some other opportunity of doing so, had not one been afforded him by a strange dog attacking us one Sunday morning in our way to church, which he beat off, and made use of this little service to promote an acquaintance. His name, he said, was Francis Somers, and added that he was on a visit to a relation of the same name, resident a few miles from X. He gave us to understand that he was himself studying surgery with the view to a medical appointment in one of the colonies. You are not to suppose, sir, that he had entered thus into his concerns at the first interview. It was not till our acquaintance had ripened, and he had visited our house more than once with my mother's sanction, that these particulars were elicited. He never disguised from the first that an attachment to myself was his object originally in introducing himself to our notice. As his prospects were comparatively flattering, my mother did not raise any impediment to his attentions, and I own I received them with pleasure. Days and weeks elapsed, and although the distance at which his relation resided prevented the possibility of an uninterrupted intercourse, yet neither was it so great as to preclude his frequent visits. The interval of a day, or at most of two, was all that intervened, and these temporary absences certainly did not decrease the pleasure of the meetings with which they terminated. At length a pensive expression began to exhibit itself upon his countenance, and I could not but remark that at every visit he became more abstracted and reserved. The eye of affection is not slow to detect any symptom of uneasiness in a quarter dear to it. I spoke to him, questioned him on the subject. His answer was evasive, and I said no more. My mother too, however, had marked the same appearance of melancholy, and pressed him more strongly. He at length admitted that his spirits were depressed, and that their depression was caused by the necessity of an early, though but a temporary separation. His uncle and only friend, he said, had long insisted on his spending some months on the continent, with the view of completing his professional education, and that the time was now fast approaching when it would be necessary for him to commence his journey. A look made the inquiry which my tongue refused to utter. "Yes, dearest Mary," was his reply. "I have communicated our attachment to him, partially at least, and though I dare not say that the intimation was received as I could have wished, yet I have, perhaps, on the whole, no fair reason to be dissatisfied with his reply. The completion of my studies, and my settlement in the world, must, my uncle told me, be the first consideration. When these material points were achieved, he should not interfere with any arrangement that might be found essential to my happiness. At the same time, he has positively refused to sanction any engagement at present which may, he says, have a tendency to divert my attention from those pursuits, on the due prosecution of which my future situation in life must depend. A compromise between love and duty was eventually wrung from me, though reluctantly. I have pledged myself to proceed immediately to my destination abroad, with a full understanding that, on my return, a 12-month hence, no obstacle shall be thrown in the way of what are, I trust, our mutual wishes. I will not attempt to describe the feelings with which I received this communication, nor will it be necessary to say anything of what passed at the few interviews which took place before Francis quitted X. The evening immediately previous to that of his departure he passed in this house, and before we separated renewed his protestations of an unchangeable affection, requiring a similar assurance from me in return. I did not hesitate to make it. "Be satisfied, my dear Francis," said I, "that no diminution in the regard I have avowed can ever take place, and though absent in body, my heart and soul will still be with you." "Swear this," he cried, with a suddenness and energy which surprised and rather startled me. "Promise that you will be with me, in spirit at least, when I am far away." I gave him my hand, but that was not sufficient. "One of these dark shining ringlets, my dear Mary," said he, "as a pledge that you will not forget your vow." I suffered him to take the scissors from my work-box, and to sever a lock of my hair, which he placed in his bosom. The next day he was pursuing his journey, and the waves were already bearing him from England. I had letters from him repeatedly during the first 3 months of his absence. They spoke of his health, his prospects, and of his love. But by degrees the intervals between each arrival became longer, and I fancied I perceived some falling off from that warmth of expression which had at first characterized his communications. One night I had retired to rest rather later than usual, having sat by the bedside, comparing his last brief note with some of his earlier letters, and was endeavoring to convince myself that my apprehensions of his fickleness were unfounded, when an undefinable sensation of restlessness and anxiety seized upon me. I cannot compare it to anything I had ever experienced before. My pulse fluttered, My heart beat with a quickness and violence which alarmed me, and a strange tremor shook my whole frame. I retired hastily to bed, in hopes of getting rid of so unpleasant a sensation, but in vain. A vague apprehension of I knew not what occupied my mind, and vainly did I endeavour to shake it off. I can compare my feelings to nothing but those which we sometimes experience when about to undertake a long and unpleasant journey, leaving those we love behind us. More than once did I raise myself in my bed and listen, fancying that I heard myself called, and on each of those occasions the fluttering of my heart increased. Twice I was on the point of calling to my sister, who then slept in an adjoining room, but she had gone to bed indisposed, and an unwillingness to disturb either her or my mother checked me. The large clock in the room below at this moment began to strike the hour of 12. I distinctly heard its vibrations, but ere its sounds had ceased, a burning heat, as if a hot iron had been applied to my temple, was succeeded by a dizziness, a swoon, a total loss of consciousness as to where or in what situation I was. A pain, violent, sharp, and piercing, as though my whole frame were lacerated by some keen-edged weapon, roused me from this stupor. But where was I? Everything was strange around me. A shadowy dimness rendered every object indistinct and uncertain. Methought, however, that I was seated in a large, antique, high-backed chair, several of which were near, their tall black carved frames and seats interwoven with a lattice-work of cane. The apartment in which I sat was one of moderate dimensions, and from its sloping roof seemed to be the upper story of the edifice, a fact confirmed by the moon shining without, in full effulgence, on a huge round tower, which its light rendered plainly visible through the open casement, and the summit of which appeared but little superior in elevation to the room I occupied. Rather to the right, and in the distance, the spire of some cathedral or lofty church was visible, while sundry gable ends and tops of houses told me I was in the midst of a populous but unknown city. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series, by Richard Harris Barham. Section 15. The apartment itself had something strange in its appearance, and in the character of its furniture and appurtenances bore little or no resemblance to any I had ever seen before. The fireplace was large and wide, with a pair of what are sometimes called andirons, betokening that wood was the principal if not the only fuel consumed within its recess. A fierce fire was now blazing in it, the light from which rendered visible the remotest parts of the chamber. Over a lofty old-fashioned mantelpiece, carved heavily in imitation of fruits and flowers, hung the half-length portrait of a gentleman in a dark-coloured foreign habit, with a peaked beard and moustaches, one hand resting upon a table, the other supporting a sort of baton, or short military staff, the summit of which was surmounted by a silver falcon. Several antique chairs, similar in appearance to those already mentioned, surrounded a massive oaken table, the length of which much exceeded its width. At the lower end of this piece of furniture stood the chair I occupied. On the upper was placed a small chafing dish filled with burning coals, and darting forth occasionally long flashes of various coloured fire, the brilliance of which made itself visible even above the strong illumination emitted from the chimney. Two huge black japanned cabinets with clawed feet, reflecting from their polished surfaces the effulgence of the flame, were placed one on each side the casement window to which I have alluded, and with a few shelves loaded with books, many of which were also strewed in disorder on the floor, completed the list of the furniture in the apartment. Some strange looking instruments of unknown form and purpose lay on the table near the chafing dish, on the other side of which a miniature portrait of myself hung, reflected by a small oval mirror in a dark-coloured frame, while a large open volume, traced with strange characters of the colour of blood, lay in front. A goblet containing a few drops of liquid of the same ensanguined hue was by its side. But of the objects which I have endeavoured to describe, none arrested my attention so forcibly as two others. These were the figures of two young men in the prime of life, only separated from me by the table. They were dressed alike, each in a long flowing gown, made of some sad-coloured stuff, and confined at the waist by a crimson girdle. One of them, the shorter of the two, was occupied in feeding the embers of the chafing dish with a resinous powder, which produced and maintained a brilliant but flickering blaze, to the action of which his companion was exposing a long lock of dark chestnut hair, that shrank and shrivelled as it approached the flame. But, O God, that hair! And the form of him who held it! That face, those features! Not for one instant could I entertain a doubt. It was he, Francis. The lock he grasped was mine, the very pledge of affection I had given him. And still, as it partially encountered the fire, a burning heat seemed to scorch the temple from which it had been taken, conveying a torturing sensation that affected my very brain. How shall I proceed? But no, it is impossible. Not even to you, sir, can I, dare I, recount the proceedings of that unhallowed night of horror and of shame. Were my life extended to a term commensurate with that of the patriarchs of old, never could its detestable, its damning pollutions be effaced from my remembrance. And oh, above all, never could I forget the diabolical glee which sparkled in the eyes of my fiendish tormentors, as they witnessed the worse than useless struggles of their miserable victim. Oh, why was it not permitted me to take refuge in unconsciousness, nay, in death itself, from the abominations of which I was compelled to be not only a witness, but a partaker? But it is enough, sir. I will not further shock your nature by dwelling longer on a scene, the full horrors of which words, if I even dared employ any, would be inadequate to express. Suffice it to say, that after being subjected to it, how long I knew not, but certainly for more than an hour, a noise from below seemed to alarm my persecutors. A pause ensued, the lights were extinguished, and, as the sound of a footstep ascending a staircase became more distinct, my forehead felt again the excruciating sensation of heat, while the embers, kindling into a momentary flame, betrayed another portion of the ringlet consuming in the blaze. Fresh agonies succeeded, not less severe, and of a similar description to those which had seized upon me at first. Oblivion again followed, and on being at length restored to consciousness, I found myself as you see me now, faint and exhausted, weakened in every limb, and every fibre quivering with agitation. My groans soon brought my sister to my aid. It was long before I could summon resolution to confide even to her the dreadful secret, and when I had done so, her strongest efforts were not wanting to persuade me that I had been labouring under a severe attack of nightmare. I ceased to argue, but I was not convinced. The whole scene was then too present, too awfully real, to permit me to doubt the character of the transaction. And if, when a few days had elapsed, the hopelessness of imparting to others the conviction I entertained myself produced in me an apparent acquiescence with their opinion, I have never been the less satisfied that no cause reducible to the known laws of nature occasioned my sufferings on that hellish evening. Whether that firm belief might have eventually yielded to time, whether I might at length have been brought to consider all that had passed, and the circumstances which I could never cease to remember, as a mere phantasm, the offspring of a heated imagination, acting upon an enfeebled body, I know not. Last night, however, would in any case have dispelled the flattering illusion. Last night was the whole horrible scene acted over again. The place, the actors, the whole infernal apparatus were the same insults, the same torments, the same brutalities, all were renewed, save that the period of my agony was not so prolonged. I became sensible to an incision in my arm, though the hand that made it was not visible. At the same moment my persecutors paused. They were manifestly disconcerted, and the companion of him whose name shall never more pass my lips muttered something to his abettor in evident agitation. The formula of an oath of horrible import was dictated to me in terms fearfully distinct. I refused it unhesitatingly. Again and again was it proposed, with menaces I tremble to think on, but I refused. The same sound was heard. Interruption was evidently apprehended. The same ceremony was hastily repeated, and I again found myself released, lying on my own bed, with my mother and my sister weeping over me. O God, when and how is this to end? When will my spirit be left in peace? Where or with whom shall I find refuge? It is impossible to convey any adequate idea of the emotions with which this unhappy girl's narrative affected me. It must not be supposed that her story was delivered in the same continuous and uninterrupted strain in which I have transcribed its substance. On the contrary, it was not without frequent intervals, of longer or shorter duration, that her account was brought to a conclusion. Indeed, many passages of her strange dream were not without the greatest difficulty and reluctance communicated at all. My task was no easy one. Never, in the course of a long life spent in the active duties of my Christian calling, never had I been summoned to such a conference before. To the half-avowed and palliated confession of committed guilt I had often listened, and pointed out the only road to secure its forgiveness. I had succeeded in cheering the spirit of despondency, and sometimes even in calming the ravings of despair. But here I had a different enemy to combat, an ineradicable prejudice to encounter, evidently backed by no common share of superstition, and confirmed by the mental weakness attendant upon severe bodily pain. To argue the sufferer out of an opinion so rooted was a hopeless attempt. I did, however, essay it. I spoke to her of the strong and mysterious connection maintained between our waking images and those which haunt us in our dreams, and more especially during that morbid oppression commonly called nightmare. I was even enabled to adduce myself as a strong and living instance of the excess to which fancy sometimes carries her freaks on those occasions, while by an odd coincidence the impression made upon my own mind, which I adduced as an example, bore no slight resemblance to her own. I stated to her that on my recovery from the fit of epilepsy which had attacked me about 2 years since, just before my grandson Frederick left Oxford, it was with the greatest difficulty I could persuade myself that I had not visited him during the interval in his rooms at Brasenose, and even conversed with himself and his friend W., seated in his armchair, and gazing through the window full upon the statue of Cain, as it stands in the centre of the quadrangle. I told her of the pain I underwent both at the commencement and termination of my attack, of the extreme lassitude that succeeded, but my efforts were all in vain. She listened to me, indeed, with an interest almost breathless, especially when I informed her of my having actually experienced the very burning sensation in the brain alluded to, no doubt a strong attendant symptom of this peculiar affection, and a proof of the identity of the complaint. but I could plainly perceive that I failed entirely in shaking the rooted opinion which possessed her, that her spirit had, by some nefarious and unhallowed means, been actually subtracted for a time from its earthly tenement. The next extract which I shall give from my old friend's memoranda is dated August 24th, more than a week subsequent to his first visit at Mrs. Graham's. He appears from his papers to have visited the poor young woman more than once during the interval, and to have afforded her those spiritual consolations which no one was more capable of communicating. His patient, for so in a religious sense she may well be termed, had been sinking under the agitation she had experienced, and the constant dread she was under of similar sufferings operated so strongly on a frame already enervated, that life at length seemed to hang only by a thread. His papers go on to say, "I have just seen poor Mary Graham, I fear for the last time. Nature is evidently quite worn out. She is aware that she is dying, and looks forward to the termination of her existence here, not only with resignation, but with joy. It is clear that her dream, or what she persists in calling her subtraction, has much to do with this. For the last 3 days her behaviour has been altered. She has avoided conversing on the subject of her delusion, and seems to wish that I should consider her as a convert to my view of her case. This may perhaps be partly owing to the flippancies of her medical attendant upon the subject, for Mr. I. has, somehow or other, got an inkling that she has been much agitated by a dream, and thinks to laugh off the impression, in my opinion injudiciously. But though a skilful and a kind-hearted, he is a young man, and of a disposition, perhaps, rather too mercurial for the chamber of a nervous invalid. Her manner has since been much more reserved to both of us. In my case, probably because she suspects me of betraying her secret. August 26th. Mary Graham is yet alive, but sinking fast. Her cordiality towards me has returned since her sister confessed yesterday that she had herself told Mr. I. that his patient's mind had been affected by a terrible vision. I am evidently restored to her confidence. She asked me this morning, with much earnestness, what I believed to be the state of departed spirits during the interval between dissolution and the final day of account, and whether I thought they would be safe in another world from the influence of wicked persons employing an agency more than human. Poor child! One cannot mistake the prevailing bias of her mind. Poor child! August 27th. It is nearly over. She is sinking rapidly, but quietly and without pain. I have just administered to her the sacred elements, of which her mother partook. Elizabeth declined doing the same. She cannot, she says, yet bring herself to forgive the villain who has destroyed her sister. It is singular that she, a young woman of good plain sense in ordinary matters, should so easily adopt, and so pertinaciously retain, a superstition so puerile and ridiculous. This must be matter of a future conversation between us. At present, with the form of the dying girl before her eyes, it were vain to argue with her. The mother, I find, has written to young Somers, stating the dangerous situation of his affianced wife. Indignant as she justly is at his long silence, it is fortunate that she has no knowledge of the suspicions entertained by her daughter. I have seen her letter. It is addressed to Mr. Francis Somers, in the Högevert at Leyden, a fellow student, then, of Frederick's. I must remember to inquire if he is acquainted with this young man. Mary Graham, it appears, died the same night. Before her departure she repeated to my friend the singular story she had before told him, without any material variation from the detail she had formerly given. To the last she persisted in believing that her unworthy lover had practised upon her by forbidden arts. She once more described the apartment with great minuteness, and even the person of Francis' alleged companion, who was, she said, about the middle height, hard featured, with a rather remarkable scar upon his left cheek, extending in a transverse direction from below the eye to the nose. Several pages of my reverend friend's manuscript are filled with reflections upon this extraordinary confession, which, joined with its melancholy termination, seems to have produced no common effect upon him. He alludes to more than one subsequent discussion with the surviving sister, and piques himself on having made some progress in convincing her of the folly of her theory respecting the origin and nature of the illness itself. His memoranda on this and other subjects are continued till about the middle of September, when a break ensues, occasioned, no doubt, by the unwelcome news of his grandson's dangerous state, which induced him to set out forthwith for Holland. His arrival at Leyden was, as I have already said, too late. Frederick S. had expired after 30 hours' intense suffering, from a wound received in a duel with a brother student. The cause of quarrel was variously related, but according to his landlord's version, it had originated in some silly dispute about a dream of his antagonist's, who had been the challenger. Such at least was the account given to him, as he said, by Frederick's friend and fellow lodger, W., who had acted as second on the occasion, thus acquitting himself of an obligation of the same kind due to the deceased, whose services he had put in requisition about a year before on a similar occasion, when he had himself been severely wounded in the face. From the same authority I learned that my poor friend was much affected on finding that his arrival had been deferred too long. Every attention was shown him by the proprietor of the house, a respectable tradesman, and a chamber was prepared for his accommodation. The books and few effects of his deceased grandson were delivered over to him, duly inventoried, and late as it was in the evening when he reached Leyden, he insisted on being conducted immediately to the apartments which Frederick had occupied, there to indulge the first ebullitions of his sorrows, before he retired to his own. Madame Miller accordingly led the way to an upper room, which, being situated at the top of the house, had been, from its privacy and distance from the street, selected by Frederick as his study. The doctor entered, and taking the lamp from his conductress, motioned to be left alone. His implied wish was of course complied with, and nearly 2 hours had elapsed before his kind-hearted hostess reascended, in the hope of prevailing upon him to return with her, and partake of that refreshment which he had in the first instance peremptorily declined. Her application for admission was unnoticed. She repeated it more than once, without success. Then, becoming somewhat alarmed at the continued silence, opened the door, and perceived her new inmate stretched on the floor in a fainting fit. Restoratives were instantly administered, and prompt medical aid succeeded at length in restoring him to consciousness. But his mind had received a shock from which, during the few weeks he survived, it never entirely recovered. His thoughts wandered perpetually, and though from the very slight acquaintance which his hosts had with the English language, the greater part of what fell from him remained unknown, yet enough was understood to induce them to believe that something more than the mere death of his grandson had contributed thus to paralyze his faculties. When his situation was first discovered, a small miniature was found tightly grasped in his right hand. It had been the property of Frederick, and had more than once been seen by the Millers in his possession. To this the patient made continued reference, and would not suffer it one moment from his sight. It was in his hand when he expired. At my request it was produced to me. The portrait was that of a young woman, in an English morning dress, whose pleasing and regular features, with their mild and somewhat pensive expression, were not, I thought, altogether unknown to me. Her age was apparently about 20. A profusion of dark chestnut hair was arranged in the Madonna style, above a brow of unsullied whiteness, a single ringlet depending on the left side. A glossy lock of the same colour, and evidently belonging to the original, appeared beneath a small crystal, inlaid in the back of the picture, which was plainly set in gold, and bore in a cipher the letters M.G., with the date 18 /. From the inspection of this portrait I could at the time collect nothing, nor from that of the doctor himself, which also I found the next morning in Frederick's desk, accompanied by 2 separate portions of hair. One of them was a lock, short and deeply tinged with grey, and had been taken, I have little doubt, from the head of my old friend himself. The other corresponded in colour and appearance with that at the back of the miniature. It was not till a few days had elapsed, and I had seen the worthy doctor's remains quietly consigned to the narrow house, that while arranging his papers, previous to my intended return upon the morrow, I encountered the narrative I have already transcribed. The name of the unfortunate young woman connected with it forcibly arrested my attention. I recollected it immediately as one belonging to a parishioner of my own, and at once recognized the original of the female portrait as its owner. I rose not from the perusal of his very singular statement, till I had gone through the whole of it. It was late, and the rays of the single lamp by which I was reading did but very faintly illumine the remoter parts of the room in which I sat. The brilliancy of an unclouded November moon, then some 12 nights old, and shining full into the apartment, did much towards remedying the defect. My thoughts filled with the melancholy details I had read, I rose and walked to the window. The beautiful planet rose high in the firmament, and gave to the snowy roofs of the houses and pendant icicles all the sparkling radiance of clustering gems. The stillness of the scene harmonized well with the state of my feelings. I threw open the casement and looked abroad. Far below me, the water of the principal canal shone like a broad mirror in the moonlight. To the left rose the Burgt, a huge round tower of remarkable appearance, pierced with embrasures at its summit, while a little to the right and in the distance, the spire and pinnacles of the Cathedral of Leyden rose in all their majesty, presenting a coup d'oeil of surpassing though simple beauty. To a spectator of calm, unoccupied mind, the scene would have been delightful. On me it acted with an electric effect. I turned hastily to survey the apartment in which I had been sitting. It was the one designated as the study of the late Frederick S. The sides of the room were covered with dark wainscot. The spacious fireplace opposite to me, with its polished andirons, was surmounted by a large, old-fashioned mantelpiece, heavily carved in the Dutch style with fruits and flowers. Above it frowned a portrait in a Van Dyck dress, with a peaked beard and moustaches. One hand of the figure rested on a table, while the other bore a marshal's staff, surmounted with a silver falcon, and either my imagination, already heated by the scene, deceived me, or a smile, as of malicious triumph, curled the lip, and glared in the cold leaden eye that seemed fixed upon my own. The heavy antique cane-backed chairs, the large oaken table, the bookshelves, the scattered volumes, all were there, while to complete the picture, to my right and left, as half breathless I leaned my back against the casement, rose, on each side, a tall, dark, ebony cabinet, in whose polished sides the single lamp upon the table shone reflected as in a mirror. What am I to think? Can it be that the story I have been reading was written by my poor friend here, and under the influence of delirium? Impossible. Besides, they all assure me that from the fatal night of his arrival he never left his bed, never put pen to paper. His very directions to have me summoned from England were verbally given, during one of those few and brief intervals in which reason seemed partially to resume her sway. Can it then be possible that W. Where is he who alone may be able to throw light on this horrible mystery? No one knows. He absconded, it seems, immediately after the duel. No trace of him exists, nor, after repeated and anxious inquiries, can I find that any student has ever been known in the University of Leyden by the name of Francis Somers. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series, by Richard Harris Barham. Section 16. Father John Ingoldsby, to whose papers I am largely indebted for the saintly records which follow, was brought up by his father, a cadet of the family, in the Romish faith, and was educated at Douay for the Church. Besides the manuscripts now at Tappington, he was the author of 2 controversial treatises on the connection between the papal hierarchy and the 9 of Diamonds. From his well-known loyalty, evinced by secret services to the royal cause during the Protectorate, he was accepted by name out of the acts against the Papists, became superintendent of the Queen Dowager's chapel at Somerset House, and enjoyed a small pension until his death, which took place in the 3rd year of Queen Anne, 1704, at the mature age of 96. He was an ecclesiastic of great learning and piety, but from the stiff and antiquated phraseology which he adopted, I have thought it necessary to modernize it a little. This will account for certain anachronisms that have unavoidably crept in. The substance of his narratives has, however, throughout been strictly adhered to. His hair shirt, almost as good as new, is still preserved at Tappington, but nobody ever wears it. The Jackdaw of Rheims. Tunc miser corvus adeo conscientiae stimulis compunctus fuit, et execratio eam tanto pere ex carnificavit, ut ex inde tavascere inciperet, macium contraheret, omnem cibum adversaratur, nec amplius crociteret, pennae praeterea e defluabant, et alis pendulis omnis facetias intermisit, et tam macer apparuit, ut omnis eius miserescent. Tunc abbas sacerdotibus mandavit, ut rursus furum absolverent, quo facto corvus omnibus mirantibus propedium convaluit, et prestinam sanitatem recuperavit. De illustri ordo Cisterciani. The Jackdaw sat on the cardinal's chair. Bishop and abbot and prior were there, many a monk and many a friar, many a knight and many a squire, with a great many more of lesser degree. In sooth, a goodly company, and they served the Lord Primate on bended knee. Never, I ween, was a prouder scene, read of in books, or dreamt of in dreams, than the Cardinal Lord Archbishop of Rheims. In and out, through the motley rout, that little jackdaw kept hopping about, here and there, like a dog in a fair, over comfits and cates, and dishes and plates, cowl and cope, and rochet and pall, mitre and crosier, he hopped upon all. With saucy air he perched on the chair where in state the great Lord Cardinal sat, in the great Lord Cardinal's great red hat, and he peered in the face of his lordship's grace, with a satisfied look, as if he would say, "We two are the greatest folks here to-day." And the priests with awe, as such freaks they saw, said the devil must be in that little jackdaw. The feast was over, the board was cleared, the flawns and the custards had all disappeared, and 6 little singing boys, dear little souls, in nice clean faces and nice white stoles, came in order due, 2 by 2, marching that grand refectory through. A nice little boy held a golden ewer, Embossed and filled with water as pure As any that flows between Rheims and Namur, Which a nice little boy stood ready to catch In a fine golden hand basin, made to match. Two nice little boys, rather more grown, Carried lavender water and eau de cologne, And a nice little boy had a nice cake of soap, Worthy of washing the hands of the Pope. One little boy more a napkin bore, Of the best white diaper, fringed with pink, And a Cardinal's hat marked in permanent ink. The great Lord Cardinal turns at the sight Of these nice little boys dressed all in white. From his finger he draws his costly turquoise, And not thinking at all about little jackdaws, Deposits it straight by the side of his plate, While the nice little boys on his Eminence wait, Till when nobody's dreaming of any such thing, That little jackdaw hops off with the ring. There's a cry and a shout, and a deuce of a rout, And nobody seems to know what they're about, But the monks have their pockets all turned inside out, The friars are kneeling, and hunting, and feeling The carpet, the floors, and the walls, and the ceiling. The Cardinal drew off each plum-colour'd shoe, And left his red stockings exposed to the view. He peeps and he feels in the toes and the heels. They turn up the dishes, they turn up the plates, They take up the poker, and poke out the grates. They turn up the rugs, they examine the mugs, But no such thing, they can't find the ring. And the Abbot declared that, when nobody twigged it, Some rascal or other had popped in and prigged it. The Cardinal rose with a dignified look, He called for his candle, his bell, and his book. In holy anger and pious grief, He solemnly cursed that rascally thief. He cursed him at board, he cursed him in bed, From the sole of his feet to the crown of his head. He cursed him in sleeping, that every night He should dream of the devil, and wake in a fright. He cursed him in eating, he cursed him in drinking, He cursed him in coughing, in sneezing, in winking. He cursed him in sitting, in standing, in lying. He cursed him in walking, in riding, in flying. He cursed him in living, he cursed him in dying. Never was heard such a terrible curse, but what gave rise to no little surprise, Nobody seemed one penny the worse. The day was gone, the night came on, The monks and the friars they searched till dawn, When the sacristan saw, on crumpled claw, Come limping a poor little lame jackdaw, No longer gay, as on yesterday. His feathers all seemed to be turned the wrong way, His pinions drooped, he could hardly stand, His head was as bald as the palm of your hand, His eye so dim, so wasted each limb, That, heedless of grammar, they all cried, "That's him! That's the scamp that has done this scandalous thing! That's the thief that has got my Lord Cardinal's ring!" The poor little jackdaw, when the monks he saw, Feebly gave vent to the ghost of a caw, And turned his bald head as much as to say, "Pray be so good as to walk this way." Slower and slower he limped on before, Till they came to the back of the belfry door, Where the first thing they saw, midst the sticks and the straw, Was the ring in the nest of that little jackdaw. Then the great Lord Cardinal called for his book, And off that terrible curse he took. The mute expression served in lieu of confession, And being thus coupled with full restitution, The jackdaw got plenary absolution. When those words were heard, that poor little bird Was so changed in a moment, 'twas really absurd. He grew sleek and fat. In addition to that, A fresh crop of feathers came thick as a mat. His tail waggled more even than before, But no longer it wagged with an impudent air. No longer he perched on the Cardinal's chair. He hopped now about with a gait devout. At matins, at vespers, he never was out, And so far from any more pilfering deeds, He always seemed telling the confessor's beads. If any one lied, or if any one swore, Or slumbered in prayer time and happened to snore, that good jackdaw would give a great caw, as much as to say, don't do so any maw, while many remarked, as his manners they saw, that they never had known such a pious jackdaw. He long lived the pride of that country side, and at last, in the odour of sanctity, died. When as words were too faint his merits to paint, the conclave determined to make him a saint, and on newly made saints and popes, as you know, it's the custom at Rome new names to bestow, so they canonized him by the name of Jim Crow. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series, by Richard Harris Barham. Section 17. A Lay of St. Dunstan. This holy child Dunstan was born in ye year of our Lord 925, that time reigning in this land King Athelstan. When it so was that St. Dunstan was weary of prayer, then used he to work in goldsmith's work with his own hands, for to eschew idleness. Golden Legend. St. Dunstan stood in his ivied tower, alembic crucible all were there, when in came Nick to play him a trick, in guise of a damsel passing fair. Every one knows how the story goes. He took up the tongs and caught hold of his nose, but I beg that you won't for a moment suppose that I mean to go through in detail to you a story at least as trite as it's true, nor do I intend an instant to spend on the tale how he treated his monarch and friend, when bolting away to a chamber remote, inconceivably bored by his wittengamote, and we left them all joking, and drinking, and smoking, so tipsily grand they'd stand nonsense from no king, but sent the Archbishop, their sovereign, to fish up with a hint that perchance on his crown he might feel taps, unless he came back straight and took off his heel taps. You must not be plagued with the same story twice, and perhaps have seen this one by W. Dyce at the Royal Academy, very well done, and marked in the catalogue 471. You might there view the saint who in sable arrayed is, coercing the monarch away from the ladies. His right hand was hold of his Majesty's jerkin, his left shows the door, and he seems to say, Sir King, your most faithful commons won't hear of your shirking. Quit your tea, and return to your Barclay and Perkin, or by Jingo, ere morning, no longer alive, sad victim you'll lie to your love for Elgiva. No farther to treat of this ungallant feat. What I mean to do now is succinctly to paint one particular fact in the life of the saint, which somehow, for want of due care, I presume, has escaped the researches of Rapin and Hume. In recounting a miracle both of them men who a great deal fall short of Jacques, Bishop of Genoa, an historian who likes deeds like these to record, see his Aurea Legenda by Wynkyn de Worde. St. Dunstan stood again in his tower, alembic crucible all complete. He had been standing a good half hour, and now he uttered the words of power, and called to his broomstick to bring him a seat. The words of power, and what be they? To which e'en broomsticks bow and obey. Why, 'twere uncommonly hard to say, as the prelate I named has recorded none of them, what they may be, but I know they are three, and abracadabra, I take it, is one of them. For I'm told that most Kabbalists use that identical word written thus in what they call a pentacle. However that be, you'll doubtless agree, it signifies little to you or to me, as not being dabblers in grammarye. Still it must be confessed, for a saint to repeat such language aloud is scarcely discreet, for as Solomon hints to folks given to chatter, a bird of the air may carry the matter. And in sooth, from my youth, I remember a truth, insisted on much in my earlier years, to wit, little pitchers have very long ears. Now just such a pitcher as those I allude to was outside the door which his ears appeared glued to. Peter the lay brother, meagre and thin, 5 feet 1 in his sandal shoon, while the saint thought him sleeping, was listening and peeping, and watching his master the whole afternoon. This Peter the saint had picked out from his fellows, to look to his fire, and to blow with the bellows, to put on the wall's end and lambtons whenever he chose to indulge in a little orfevrerie. Of course you have read that St. Dunstan was bred a goldsmith, and never quite gave up the trade. The company, richest in London, 'tis said, acknowledge him still as their patron and head. Nor is it so long since a capital song in his praise now recorded their archives among, delighted the noble and dignified throng of their guests, who the newspapers told the whole town, with cheers pledged the wine cup to Dunstan's renown. When Lord Lyndhurst, the Duke, and Sir Robert were dining at the Hall some time since with the Prime Warden Twining. I am sadly digressing, a fault which sometimes one can hardly avoid in these gossiping rhymes. A slight deviation's forgiven, but then this is too long, I fear, for a decent parenthesis. So I'll rein up my Pegasus sharp, and retreat, or you'll think I've forgotten the lay brother Peter, whom the saint, as I said, kept to turn down his bed, dress his palfreys and cobs, and do other odd jobs, as reducing to writing whatever he might in the course of the day or the night be inditing, and cleaning the plate of his mitre with whiting, performing in short all those duties and offices abbots exact from lay brothers and novices. It occurs to me here you'll perhaps think it queer that St. Dunstan should have such a personage near, when he'd only to say those words be what they may, and his broomstick at once his commands would obey. That's true, but the fact is 'twas rarely his practice such aid to resort to, or such means apply, unless he'd some dignified knot to untie, adopting, though sometimes as now he'd reverse it, old Horace's maxim, nec broomstick intersit. Peter, the lay brother, meagre and thin, heard all the saint was saying within. Peter, the lay brother, sallow and spare, peeped through the keyhole, and what saw he there? Why, a broomstick bringing a rush-bottomed chair. What Shakespeare observes in his play of King John is undoubtedly right, that oft times the sight of means to do ill deeds will make ill deeds done. Here's Peter, the lay brother, pale-faced and meagre, a good sort of man, only rather too eager to listen to what other people are saying, when he ought to be minding his business or praying, gets into a scrape, and an awkward one too, as you'll find if you've patience enough to go through the whole of the story I'm laying before ye, entirely from having the means in his view of doing a thing which he ought not to do. Still rings in his ear, distinct and clear, abracadabra, that word of fear, and the two which I never yet happened to hear. Still doth he spy with fancy's eye the broomstick at work, and the saint standing by, and he chuckles and says to himself with glee, "Aha, that broomstick shall work for me! Hark, that swell, o'er flood and o'er fell, mountain and dingle and moss-covered dell! List, 'tis the sound of the Compline bell, and St. Dunstan is quitting his ivied cell. Peter, I wot, is off like a shot, or a little dog scalded by something that's hot, for he hears his master approaching the spot where he'd listened so long, though he knew he ought not. Peter remembered his master's frown, he trembled, he'd not have been caught for a crown. Howe'er you may laugh, he'd rather by half have run up to the top of the tower and jumped down. The Compline hour is past and gone, evening service is over and done, the monks repair to their frugal fare, a snug little supper of something light and digestible ere they retire for the night. For in Saxon times, in respect to their cheer, St. Austin's rule was by no means severe, but allowed, from the Beverley roll 'twould appear, bread and cheese, and spring onions, and sound table beer, and even green peas when they were not too dear. Not like the rule of La Trappe, whose chief merit is said to consist in its greater austerities, and whose monks, if I rightly remember their laws, ne'er are suffered to speak, think only in Greek, and subsist as the bears do by sucking their paws. Astonished I am, the gay Baron Garam, with his head savouring more of the lion than lamb, could e'er be persuaded to join such a set. I extend the remark to Signor Ambrogetti, for a monk of La Trappe is as thin as a rat, while an Austin friar was jolly and fat, though of course the fare to which I allude, with as good table beer as ever was brewed, was all caviar to the multitude, extending alone to the clergy, together in hall assembled, and not to lay brethren. St. Dunstan himself sits there at his post, on what they say is called a dais, o'erlooking the whole of his clerical host, and eating poached eggs with spinach and toast. 5 lay brothers stand behind his chair, but where's the 6th? Where's Peter? Ay, where? 'Tis an evening in June, and a little half moon, a brighter no fond lover ever set eyes on, gleaming and beaming, and dancing the stream in, has made her appearance above the horizon. Just such a half moon as you'll see in a play, on the turban of Mustapha Mouli Bey, or the fair Turk who weds with the noble Lord Bateman. Vide plate in George Cruikshank's Memoirs of that great man. She shines on a turret remote and lone, a turret with ivy and moss overgrown, and lichens that thrive on the cold dank stone, such a tower as a poet of no mean calibre I once knew and loved, poor dear Reginald Hebert, assigns to oblivion, a den for a she-bear. Within it are found, strewed above and around, on the hearth, on the table, the shelves, and the ground, all sorts of instruments, all sorts of tools, to name which and their uses would puzzle the schools, and make very wise people look very like fools. Pincers and hooks, and black letter books, all sorts of pokers, and all sorts of tongs, and all sorts of hammers, and all that belongs to goldsmith's work, chemistry, alchemy, all, in short, that a sage in that erudite age could require was at hand, or at least within call. In the midst of the room lies a broomstick, and there a lay brother sits in a rush-bottomed chair. Abracadabra, that fearful word, and the 2 which, I said, I have never yet heard, are uttered. 'Tis done. Peter, full of his fun, cries, Broomstick, you lubberly son of a gun, bring ale, bring a flagon, a hogshead, a tun. 'Tis the same thing to you, I have nothing to do, and for George I'll sit here, and I'll drink till all's blue. No doubt you've remarked how uncommonly quick a Newfoundland puppy runs after a stick, brings it back to its master, and gives it him. Well, so potent the spell, the broomstick perceived it was vain to rebel, so ran off like that puppy. Some cellar was near, for in less than 10 seconds 'twas back with the beer. Peter seizes the flagon, but ere he can suck its contents, or enjoy what he thinks his good luck, the broomstick comes in with a tub in a truck, continues to run at the rate it begun, and au pied de lettre next brings in a ton. A fresh one succeeds, then a third, then another, discomfiting much the astounded lay brother, who, had he possessed 50 pitchers or stoups, they all had been too few for arranging in groups. The barrels, the broomstick next started the hoops, the ale deluged the floor, but still through the door said broomstick kept bolting and bringing in more. E'en Macbeth to Macduff would have cried, ' Hold, enough !' if half as well drenched with such perilous stuff ; and Peter, who did not expect such a rough visit, cried lustily, ' Stop ! That will do, broomstick, suffice it !' But ah, well a day ! The devil, they say, 'Tis easier at all times to raise than to lay. Again and again Peter roared out in vain His abracadabra and t'other words twain, As well might one try A pack in full cry To check and call off from their headlong career, By bawling out ' Yoicks !' with one's hand at one's ear. The longer he roar'd, and the louder and quicker, The faster the broomstick was bringing in liquor. The poor lay brother knew not on earth what to do, He caught hold of the broomstick and snapped it in two. Worse and worse, like a dart, each part made a start, And he found he'd been adding more fuel to fire, For both now came loaded with Mows entire, Combs, Delafields, Hanburys, Trumans, no stopping, Goadings, Clarendons, Whitbreads continued to drop in, With Hodson's Pale Ale from the Sun Brewhouse Wapping. The firms differ'd then, but I can't put a tax on My memory to say what their names were in Saxon. To be sure the best beer Of all did not appear, For I've said 'twas in June, and so late in the year The Trinity Audit Ale is not come at able, As I found to my great grief when dining at that table. Now extremely alarm'd, Peter scream'd without ceasing, For a flood of brown stout he was up to his knees in, Which, thanks to the broomstick, continued increasing. He fear'd he'd be drown'd, and he yell'd till the sound Of his voice, winged by terror, at last reach'd the ear Of St. Dunstan himself, who had finish'd his beer, And had put off his mitre, dalmatic, and shoes, And was just stepping into his bed for a snooze. His Holiness paused when he heard such a clatter, He could not conceive what on earth was the matter. Slipping on a few things for the sake of decorum, He issued forthwith from his sanctum sanctorum, And calling a few of the lay brothers near him, Who were not yet in bed, and who happened to hear him, At once led the way, without farther delay, To the tower where he'd been in the course of the day. Poor Peter, alas, though St. Dunstan was quick, There were two there before him, grim Death and Old Nick. When they open'd the door, out the malt liquor flow'd, Just as when the great vat burst in Tottenham Court Road. The lay brothers nearest were up to their necks In an instant, and swimming in strong double X, While Peter, who spite of himself now had drank hard, While floating a while like a toast in a tankard, To the bottom had sunk, and was spied by a monk, Stone dead like poor Clarence, half drown'd and half drunk. In vain did St. Dunstan exclaim, Vade retro, strong Barham discede a lay fratre Petro. Queer Latin, you'll say, that prefix of lay, And strong Barham, I own they'd have called me a blockhead if At school I had ventured to use such a vocative. 'Tis a barbarous word, and to me it's a query If you'll find it in Patrick, Morell, or Mereri. But the fact is, the Saint was uncommonly flurried, And apt to be loose in his Latin when hurried. The brown stout, however, obeys to the letter, Quite as well as if talked to in Latin much better By a grave Cambridge Johnian, or graver Oxonian, Whose language, we all know, is quite Ciceronian. It retires from the corpse, which is left high and dry, But in vain do they snuff and hot towels apply, And other means used by the faculty try. When once a man's dead, there's no more to be said. Peter's beer with an E was his beer with an I. Moral. By way of a moral, permit me to pop in The following maxims. Beware of eavesdropping. Don't make use of language that isn't well scanned. Don't meddle with matters you don't understand. Above all, what I'd wish to impress on both sexes is Keep clear of broomsticks, Old Nick, and 3 X's. L'Envoi. In Goldsmith's Hall there's a handsome glass case, and in it a stone figure, found on the place. When thinking the old hall no longer a pleasant one, they pulled it all down and erected the present one. If you look you'll perceive that this stone figure twists a thing like a broomstick in one of its fists. It's so injured by time you can't make out a feature, but it is not St. Dunstan, so doubtless it's Peter. Note: St. Jingo or Jango, Gengulphus, sometimes styled the living Jingo, from the great tenaciousness of vitality exhibited by his severed members. See his legend, as recorded hereafter in the present volume. End of note. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series, by Richard Harris Barham. Section 18. Gengulphus, or as he is usually styled in this country, Jingo, was perhaps more in the mouths of the general than any other saint, on occasions of adjuration. See note. Mr. Simpkinson from Bath had kindly transmitted me a portion of a primitive ballad, which has escaped the researches of Ritson and Ellis, but is yet replete with beauties of no common order. I am happy to say that, since these legends first appeared, I have recovered the whole of it. Vide infra. A Franklin's dog leaped over a stile, and his name was Little Bingo. B with a Y, Y with an N with a G, G with an O. They called him Little Bingo. This Franklin, sirs, he brewed good ale, and he called it rare good Stingo. Styngo. He called it rare good Stingo. Now is this not a pretty song? I think it is, by Jingo. J with a Y, Ngo. I swear it is, by Jingo. A Lay of St. Gengulphus. Non multo post Gengulphus in domo sua dormiens, accissus est a quodam clerico, qui cum uxoro sua adulterare solebat, cujos corpum dum inferato in sepulturum portaratur, multi infirmi de tactu sanati sunt, cum hoc ilius uxori referatur ab ancilla sua, scilicet dominum suum, quam martyrum sanctum miracula facari, iridens illa, et subsurrens, et ita Gengulphus miracula facitat, ut pulvinarium meum cantat, etc., etc. Wolfii memorabilia. Gengulphus comes from the Holy Land, with his scrip and his bottle and sandal shoon. Full many a day hath he been away, yet his lady deems him returned full soon. Full many a day hath he been away, yet scarce had he crossed ayont the sea, ere a spruce young spark of a learned clerk had called on his lady and stopped to tea. This spruce young guest, so trimly dressed, stayed with that lady her revels to crown. They laughed and they ate and they drank of the best, and they turned the old castle quite upside down. They would walk in the park, that spruce young clerk, with that frolicsome lady so frank and free, trying balls and plays, and all manner of ways, to get rid of what French people called ennui. Now the festive board with viands is stored, savoury dishes be there I ween, rich puddings and big, a barbecued pig, and oxtail soup in a china tureen. There's a flagon of ale as large as a pail, when cockle on hat, and staff in hand, while on naught they are thinking, save eating and drinking, Gengulphus walks in from the Holy Land. You must be pretty deep to catch weasels asleep, says the proverb, that is, take the fair unawares. A maid o' the banisters chancing to peep, whispers, "Ma'am, here's Gengulphus a-coming upstairs." Pie, pudding, and soup, the electrified group with the flagon pop under the sofa in haste, and contrived to deposit the Clerk in the closet, as the dish least of all to Gengulphus's taste. Then oh, what rapture, what joy was express'd, when poor dear Gengulphus at last appear'd. She kiss'd and she press'd the dear man to her breast, in spite of his great long frizzly beard. Such hugging and squeezing, 'twas almost unpleasing, a smile on her lip, and a tear in her eye. She was so very glad that she seem'd half mad, and did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Then she called up the maid, and the tablecloth's laid, and she sends for a pint of the best brown stout. On the fire too she pops some nice mutton chops, and she mixes a stiff glass of cold without. Then again she began at the poor dear man. She pressed him to drink, and she pressed him to eat, and she brought a foot pan with hot water and bran, to comfort his poor dear travel-worn feet. Nor night nor day, since he'd been away, had she had any rest, she vowed and declared. She never could eat one morsel of meat, for thinking how poor dear Gengulphus fared. She really did think she had not slept a wink since he left her, although he'd been absent so long. He here shook his head, right little he said, but he thought she was coming it rather too strong. Now his palate she tickles with the chops and the pickles, till so great the effect of that stiff gin grog, his weakened body, subdued by the toddy, falls out of the chair, and he lies like a log. Then out comes the Clerk from his secret lair. He lifts up the legs, and she lifts up the head, and between them, this most reprehensible pair undress poor Gengulphus and put him to bed. Then the bolster they place athwart his face, and his nightcap into his mouth they cram, and she pinches his nose underneath the clothes, till the poor dear soul goes off like a lamb. And now they tried the deed to hide, for a little bird whispered, perchance you may swing. Here's a corpse in the case with a sad swelled face, and a medical crowner's a queer sort of thing. So the Clerk and the wife, they each took a knife, and the nippers that nipped the sugar loaf for tea, with the edges and points they severed the joints, at the clavicle, elbow, hip, ankle, and knee. Thus limb from limb they dismembered him, so entirely that e'en when they came to his wrists, with those great sugar nippers they nipped off his flippers, as the Clerk very flippantly termed his fists. When they'd cut off his head, entertaining a dread lest folks should remember Gengulphus' face, they determined to throw it where no one could know it, down the well, and the limbs in some different place. But first the long beard from the chin they sheared, and managed to stuff that sanctified hair, with a good deal of pushing, all into the cushion that filled up the seat of a large arm-chair. They contrived to pack up the trunk in a sack, which they hid in an osier bed outside the town, the Clerk bearing arms, legs, and all on his back, as that vile Mr. Greenacre served Mrs. Brown. But to see now how strangely things sometimes turn out, and that in a manner the least expected. Who could surmise a man ever could rise, who'd been thus carbonadoed, cut up, and dissected? No doubt 'twould surprise the pupils at Guy's. I am no unbeliever, no man could say that o' me, but St. Thomas himself would scarce trust his own eyes if he saw such a thing in his school of anatomy. You may deal as you please with Hindoos and Chinese, or a Mussulman making his heathen salam, or a Jew or a Turk, but it's other guess-work when a man has to do with a pilgrim or palmer. By chance the Prince Bishop, a royal divine, sends his cards round the neighbourhood next day, and urges his wish to receive a snug party to dine, of the resident clergy, the gentry, and burgesses. At 5:15 they are all alive at the palace, for coaches are fast rolling in, and to every guest his card had expressed, half past is the hour for a greasy chin. Some 30 are seated, and handsomely treated, with the choicest Rhine wines in his Highness's stock, when a Count of the Empire, who felt himself heated, requested some water to mix with his hock. The butler, who saw it, sent a maid out to draw it, but scarce had she given the windlass a twirl, ere Gengulphus's head from the well's bottom said, in mild accents, "Do help us out, that's a good girl." Only fancy her dread when she saw a great head in her bucket. With fright she was ready to drop. Conceive, if you can, how she roared and she ran, with the head rolling after her, bawling out, "Stop!" She ran and she roared till she came to the board, where the Prince Bishop sat with his party around, when Gengulphus's pole, which continued to roll at her feet on the table, bounced up with a bound. Never touching the cates, or the dishes or plates, the decanters or glasses, the sweetmeats or fruits, the head smiles and begs them to bring him his legs, as a well-spoken gentleman asks for his boots. Kicking open the casement to each one's amazement, straight a right leg steps in, all impediment scorns, and near the head stopping, a left follows hopping behind, for the left leg was troubled with corns. Next before the beholders 2 great brawny shoulders and arms on their bent elbows dance through the throng, while 2 hands assist, though nipped off at the wrist, the said shoulders in bearing a body along. They march up to the head, not one syllable said, for the 30 guests all stare in wonder and doubt, as the limbs in their sight arrange and unite, till Gengulphus, though dead, looks as sound as a trout. I will venture to say, from that hour to this day, ne'er did such an assembly behold such a scene, or a table divide 15 guests to a side, with a dead body placed in the centre between. Yes, they stared well they might at so novel a sight. No one uttered a whisper, a sneeze, or a hem, but sat all bolt upright and pale with affright, and they gazed at the dead man at them. The Prince Bishop's jester, on punning intent, as he viewed the whole 30 in jocular terms, said they put him in mind of a Council of Trent, engaged in reviewing the diet of worms. But what should they do? Oh, nobody knew what was best to be done, either stranger or resident. The Chancellor's self read his Puffendorf through, in vain, for his books could not furnish a precedent. The Prince Bishop muttered a curse and a prayer, which his double capacity hit to a nicety. His princely or lay half induced him to swear. His episcopal moiety said benedicite. The coroner sat on the body that night, and the jury agreed, not a doubt could they harbour, that the chin of the corpse, the sole thing brought to light, had been recently shaved by a very bad barber. They sent out Von Townsend, Von Burney, Von Rowe, Von Maine, and Von Roentz through chalet and chateau. Towns, villages, hamlets, they told them to go, and they stuck up placards on the walls of the Stade Ho. Murder! Whereas a dead gentleman, surname unknown, has been recently found at his Highness's banquet, rather shabbily dressed in an amice or gown, in appearance resembling a second-hand blanket, and whereas there's reason indeed to suspect that some ill-disposed person or persons with malice aforethought have killed and begun to dissect the said gentleman not very far from the palace, this is to give notice, whoever shall seize, and such person or persons to justice surrender, shall receive such reward as his Highness shall please, on conviction of him, the aforesaid offender. And in order the matter more clearly to trace to the bottom, his Highness the Prince Bishop further of his clemency offers free pardon and grace to all such as have not been concerned in the murder. Done this day at our palace, July 25, by command, signed Johann von Rissel, N.B., deceased rather in years, had a squint when alive, and smells slightly of gin, linen marked with a G. The newspapers, too, made no little ado, though a different version each managed to dish up. Some said the Prince Bishop had run a man through, others said an assassin had killed the Prince Bishop. The Ghent Herald fell foul of the Brussels Gazette. The Brussels Gazette, with much sneering ironical, scorned to remain in the Ghent Herald's debt, and the Amsterdam Times quizzed the Nuremberg Chronicle. In one thing, indeed, all the journals agreed, spite of politics, bias, or party collision, viz. To give, when they'd further accounts of the deed, full particulars soon, in a later edition. But now, while on all sides they rode and they ran, trying all sorts of means to discover the caitiffs, losing patience, the holy Gengulphus began to think it high time to astonish the natives. First a Rittmeister's Frau, who was weak in both eyes, and supposed the most short-sighted woman in Holland, found great relief to her joy and surprise, from one glimpse of his squint, then from glasses by Dolland. But the slightest approach to the tip of his nose, megrim's headache and vapours were put to the rout, and one single touch of his precious great toes was a certain specific for chilblains and gout. Rheumatic, sciatica, tic douloureux, apply to his shin bones, not one of them lingers. All bilious complaints in an instant withdrew if the patient was tickled with one of his fingers. Much virtue was found to reside in his thumbs. When applied to the chest, they cured scantness of breathing. Sea-sickness and colic, or rubbed on the gums, were a blessing to mothers, for infants in teething. Whoever saluted the nape of his neck, where the mark remained visible still of the knife, notwithstanding east winds perspiration might check, was safe from sore throat for the rest of his life. Thus, while each acute and each chronic complaint, giving way, proved an influence clearly divine, they perceived the dead gentleman must be a saint, so they locked him up body and bones in a shrine. Through country and town his new saintship's renown, as a first-rate physician, kept daily increasing, till, as Alderman Curtis told Alderman Brown, it seemed as if wonders had never done ceasing. The Three Kings of Cologne began, it was known, a sad falling off in their offerings to find. His feats were so many, still the greatest of any, in every sense of the word, was behind. For the German police were beginning to cease from exertions which each day more fruitless appeared, when Gengulphus himself, his fame still to increase, unravelled the whole by the help of his beard. If you look back you'll see the aforesaid Barbe Gris, when divorced from the chin of its murdered proprietor, had been stuffed in the seat of a kind of settee, or double-armed chair, to keep the thing quieter. It may seem rather strange that it did not arrange itself in its place when the limbs joined together. P'raps it could not get out, for the cushion was stout, and constructed of good strong maroon-coloured leather. Or what is more likely, Gengulphus might choose, for saints e'en when dead still retain their volition, it should rest there to aid some particular views, produced by his very peculiar position. Be that as it may, on the very first day that the widow Gengulphus sat down on that settee, what occurred almost frightened her senses away, besides scaring her handmaidens Gertrude and Betty. They were telling their mistress the wonderful deeds of the new saint to whom all the town said their orisons, and especially how, as regards invalids, his miraculous cures far outrivaled Von Morison's. The cripples, said they, fling their crutches away, and people born blind now can easily see us. But she, we presume a disciple of Hume, shook her head and said angrily, Credat Judaeus, those rascally liars, the monks and the friars, to bring grist to their mill, these devices have hit on. He works miracles, pooh! I'd believe it of you just as soon, you great geese, or the chair that I sit on. The chair, at that word, it seems really absurd, but the truth must be told, what contortions and grins distorted her face! She sprang up from her place, just as though she'd been sitting on needles and pins, for as if the Saint's beard the rash challenge had heard, which she uttered, of what was beneath her forgetful, each particular hair stood on end in the chair, like a porcupine's quills when the animal's fretful. That stout maroon leather they pierced altogether, like tenterhooks holding when clenched from within, and the maids cried, "Good gracious, how very tenacious!" They as well might endeavour to pull off her skin. She shrieked with the pain, but all efforts were vain. In vain did they strain every sinew and muscle, the cushion stuck fast, from that hour to her last. She could never get rid of that comfortless bustle. And e'en as Macbeth, when devising the death of his king, heard the very stones prate of his whereabouts, so this shocking bad wife heard a voice all her life, crying "Murder!" resound from the cushion or thereabouts. With regard to the clerk, we are left in the dark as to what his fate was, but I cannot imagine he got off scot-free, though unnoticed it be, both by Ribadeneira and Jacques de Voragine, for cutthroats, we're sure, can be never secure, and history's muse still to prove it her pen holds, as you'll see if you look in a rather scarce book, God's Revenge against Murder, by one Mr. Reynolds. Moral. Now you grave married pilgrims who wander away, like Ulysses of old, vide Homer and Naso, don't lengthen your stay to 3 years and a day, and when you are coming home, just write and say so. And you, learned clerks, who are not given to roam, stick close to your books, nor lose sight of decorum. Don't visit a house when the master's from home. Shun drinking, and study the Vitae Sanctorum. Above all, you gay ladies, who fancy neglect in your spouses, allow not your patience to fail, but remember Gengulpha's wife, and reflect on the moral enforced by her terrible tale. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series, by Richard Harris Barham. Section 19. Mr. Barney Maguire has laid claim to the next saint as a countrywoman, and why wouldn't he, when all the world knows the Odells were a fine old ancient family, sated in Tipperary, ere the Lord Mayor stole his collar of gowd, and sold it away to a trader. He is manifestly wrong, but as he very rationally observes, no matter for that, she's a saint anyway. The Lay of Saint Odile. Odile was a maid of a dignified race. Her father, Count Otto, was Lord of Alsace. Such an air, such a grace, such a form, such a face, all agreed 'twere a fruitless endeavour to trace in the court, or within 50 miles of the place. Many ladies in Strasburg were beautiful, still they were beat all to sticks by the lovely Odile. But Odile was devout, and before she was 9, had experienced a call she considered divine, to put on the veil at St. Ermengarde's shrine. Lords, dukes, and electors, and counts palatine, came to seek her in marriage from both sides the Rhine. But vain their design, they are all left to pine, their oglings and smiles are all useless. In fine, not one of these gentlefolks, try as they will, can draw "Ask my papa" from the cruel Odile. At length one of her suitors, a certain Count Herman, a highly respectable man as a German, who smoked like a chimney, and drank like a merman, paid his court to her father, conceiving his firman would soon make her bend, and induce her to lend an ear to a love tale in lieu of a sermon. He gained the old Count, who said, "Come, mine Herr Phil, here's luck to yourself and my daughter Odile." The Lady Odile was quite nervous with fear, when a little bird whispered that toast in her ear. She murmured, "Oh dear, my papa has got queer, I am sadly afraid, with that nasty strong beer." He's so very austere and severe that it's clear If he gets in his tantrums I can't remain here. But St. Ermengarde's convent is luckily near. It were folly to stay pour prendre congé. I shall put on my bonnet and e'en run away. She unlocked the back door and descended the hill, on whose crest stood the towers of the sire of Odille. When he found she'd levanted, the Count of Alsace at first turned remarkably red in the face. He anathemized with much unction and grace every soul who came near, and consigned the whole race of runaway girls to a very warm place. With a frightful grimace he gave orders for chase. His vassals set off at a deuce of a pace, and of all whom they met, high or low, Jack or Jill, asked, "Pray, have you seen anything of Odille?" Now I think I've been told, for I'm no sporting man, that the knowing ones call this by far the best plan. Take the lead and then keep it, that is if you can. Odille thought so too, so she set off and ran, put her best leg before, starting at score, as I said some lines since from that little back door, and not being missed until half after 4, had what hunters call law for a good hour and more, doing her best without stopping to rest, like young Lochinvar who came out of the West. "'Tis done, I am gone, over briar brook and rill, there'll be sharp lads who catch me," said young Miss Odille. But you've all read in Aesop, or Phaedrus, or Gay, how a tortoise and hare ran together one day, how the hare, making play, progressed right slick away, as them tarnation chaps, the Americans, say, while the tortoise, whose figure is rather outré, for racing crawled straight on, without let or stay, having no post-horse duty or turnpikes to pay, till ere noon's ruddy ray changed to eve's sober grey, though her form and obesity caused some delay. Perseverance and patience brought up her lee way, and she chased her fleet-footed precursor until she o'ertook her at last. So it fared with Odille. For although, as I said, she ran gaily at first, and showed no inclination to pause if she durst, she at length felt oppressed with the heat and with thirst, its usual attendant, nor was that the worst. Her shoes went down at heel, at last one of them burst. Now a gentleman smiles at a trot of 10 miles, but not so the fair, then consider the styles. And as then ladies seldom wore things with a frill round the ankle, these styles sadly bothered Odille. Still, despite all the obstacles placed in her track, she kept steadily on, though the terrible crack in her shoe made of course her progression more slack, till she reached the Schwartz Forest, in English the Black. I cannot divine how the boundary line was passed which is somewhere there formed by the Rhine. Perhaps she'd the knack to float o'er on her back, or perhaps cross the old bridge of boats at Brissac, which Vauban some years after secured from attack by a bastion of stone which the Germans call Whack. All I know is she took not so much as a snack, till hungry and worn, feeling wretchedly ill, on a mountain's brow sank down the weary Odille. I said on its brow, but I should have said crown, for 'twas quite on the summit, bleak, barren, and brown, and so high that 'twas frightful indeed to look down upon Freiburg, a place of some little renown, that lay at its foot. But imagine the frown that contracted her brow, when full many a clown she perceived coming up from that horrid post town. They had followed her trail, and now thought without fail, as little boys say, to lay salt on her tail, while the Count, who knew no other law but his will, swore that Herman that evening should marry Odille. Alas for Odille, poor dear, what could she do? Her father's retainers now had her in view, as she found from their raising a joyous halloo, while the Count riding on at the head of his crew, in their snuff-coloured doublets and breeches of blue, was huzzaing and urging them on to pursue. What indeed could she do? She very well knew if they caught her how much she should have to go through, but then, she'd so shocking a hole in her shoe, and to go further on was impossible. True, she might jump o'er the precipice, still there are few in her place who could manage their courage to screw up to bidding the world such a sudden adieu. Alack, how she envied the birds as they flew! No Nassau balloon with its wicker canoe came to bear her from him she loathed worse than a Jew. So she fell on her knees in a terrible stew, crying, Holy Saint Ermengarde, oh, from these vermin guard her whose last hope rests entirely on you. Don't let papa catch me, dear saint, rather kill at once sur le champ your devoted Odille. It's delightful to see those who strive to oppress get balked when they think themselves sure of success. The saint came to the rescue, I fairly confess. I don't see as a saint how she well could do less than to get such a votary out of her mess. Odille had scarce closed her pathetic address, when the rock, gaping wide as the Thames at Sheerness, closed again and secured her within its recess, in a natural grotto which puzzled Count Otto, who could not conceive where the deuce she had got to. 'Twas her voice, but 'twas vox et praeterea nil, nor could any one guess what was gone with Odille. Then burst from the mountain a splendour that quite eclipsed in its brilliance the finest bood light, and there stood Saint Ermengarde dressed all in white, a palm branch in her left hand, her beads in her right, while with faces fresh gilt and with wings burnished bright, a great many little boys' heads took their flight above and around to a very great height, and seemed pretty lively considering their plight, since every one saw with amazement and awe they could never sit down, for they hadn't de quoi. All, at the sight, from the nave to the knight, felt a very unpleasant sensation called fright, while the saint, looking down with a terrible frown, said, My lords, you are done most remarkably brown. I am really ashamed of you both. My nerves thrill at your scandalous conduct to poor dear Odille. Come, make yourselves scarce, it is useless to stay, you will gain nothing here by a longer delay. Quick presto, be gone, as the conjurers say, for as to the lady, I've stowed her away in this hill in a stratum of London blue clay, and I shan't, I assure you, restore her to-day, till you faithfully promise no more to say nay, but declare if she will be a nun, why she may. For this you've my word, and I never yet broke it. So put that in your pipe, my Lord Otto, and smoke it. One hint to your vassals, a month at the mill shall be nuts to what they'll get who worry Odille. The saint disappeared as she ended, and so did the little boys' heads, which above and below, as I told you a very few stanzas ago, had been flying about her and jumping Jim Crow, though without any body or leg, foot, or toe. How they managed such antics I really don't know. Be that as it may, they all melted like snow off a dyke, as the Scotch say in sweet Edinbro'. And there stood the Count with his men on the mount, just like 24 jackasses all on a row. What was best to be done? 'Twas a sad bitter pill, but gulp it he must, or else lose his Odille. The Lord of Alsace therefore altered his plan, and said to himself like a sensible man, I can't do as I would, I must do as I can. It will not do to lie under any saint's ban. For your hide, when you do, they all manage to tan. So Count Herman must pick up some Betsy or Nan, instead of my girl, some Sue Polly or Fan. If he can't get the corn, he must do with the bran, and make shift with the pot if he can't have the pan. With such proverbs as these he went down on his knees, and said, Blessed Saint Ermengarde, just as you please. They shall build a new convent, I'll pay the whole bill, taking discount, its abbess shall be my Odille. There are some of my readers, I'll venture to say, who have never seen Fribourg, though some of them may, and others 'tis likely may go there some day. Now if ever you happen to travel that way, I do beg and pray 'twill your pains well repay, that you'll take what the Cockney folks call a po'shay, though in Germany these things are more like a dray. You may reach this same hill with a single relay, and do look how the rock though the whole of its block is split open as though by some violent shock, from an earthquake or lightning, or horrid hard knock, from the club-bearing fist of some jolly old cock, of a Germanized giant, Thor, Woden, or Lock, and see how it rears its two monstrous great ears, for when once you're between them such each side appears, and list to the sound of the water one hears, drip, drip from the fissures, like raindrops or tears, Odils, I believe, which have flowed all these years. I think they account for them so, but the rill, I am sure, is connected, some way, with Odil. Moral. Now then for a moral, which always arrives at the end like the honey bees take to their hives, and the more one observes it the better one thrives. We have all heard it said in the course of our lives, needs must when a certain old gentleman drives. 'Tis the same with a lady, if once she contrives to get hold of the ribbons, how vainly one strives to escape from her lash, or to shake off her gyves. Then let's act like Count Otto, and while one survives, succumb to our she-saints, videlicet wives. Aside. That is, if one has not a good bunch of fives. I can't think how that last line escaped from my quill, for I am sure it has nothing to do with Odil. Now, young ladies, to you, don't put on the shrew, and don't be surprised if your father looks blue, when you're pert and won't act as he wants you to do. Be sure that you never elope. There are few, believe me, you'll find what I say to be true, who run restive, but find as they bake they must brew, and come off at last with a hole in their shoe, since not even Clapham, that sanctified vill, can produce enough saints to save every Odil. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series by Richard Harris Barham. Section 20. Nicholas, citizen of ye city of Pancras, was born of rich and holy kin, and his father was named Epiphanes, and his mother Johanna. He was born on a cold frosty morning on the 6th of December, upon which day his feast is still observed, but in what anno Domini is not so clear. His baptismal register, together with that of his friend and colleague, St. Thomas at Hill, have been lost in the great fire of London. St. Nicholas was a great patron of mariners, and, saving your presence, of thieves also, which honourable fraternity have long rejoiced in the appellation of his clerks. Cervantes' story of Sancho's detecting a sum of money in a swindler's walking stick is merely the Spanish version of a Lay of St. Nicholas, extant in choice Italian, a century before honest Miguel was born. A Lay of St. Nicholas. Statum sacerdoti apparuit diabolus in specia puellae, pulchritudinus mirae, et ecce divus, fide catholica, et cruce et aqua benedicta armatus venit, et aspersit aquam in nomine sanctae et individuae Trinitatis, quam quasi ardentum diabolus nequaquam sustenere valens, mugitibus fugit. Roger Halverden. Lord Abbot, I'd fain confess I am a weary and worn with woe. Many a grief doth my heart oppress, and haunt me whithersoever I go. On bended knee spake the beautiful maid, Now lith and listen, Lord Abbot, to me. Now nay, fair daughter, the Lord Abbot said, Now nay, in sooth it may hardly be. There is Mess Michael, and holy Mess John, Sage penitauncers I ween be they, and hard by doth dwell in St. Catherine's cell, Ambrose the anchorite, old and grey. Oh, I will have none of Ambrose or John, Those sage penitauncers I trow they be. Shrive me may none save the Abbot alone. Now listen, Lord Abbot, I speak to thee, Nor think foul scorn, though mitre adorn thy brow, To listen to shrift of mine. I am a maiden royally born, And I come of old Plantagenet's line. Though hither I stray in lowly array, I am a damsel of high degree, And the Comte of Eu and the Lord of Ponthieu, They serve my father on bended knee. Counts a many and Dukes a few A suitoring came to my father's hall, But the Duke of Lorraine, with his large domain, He pleased my father beyond them all. Dukes a many and Counts a few I would have wedded right cheerfully, But the Duke of Lorraine was uncommonly plain, And I vow'd that he ne'er should my bridegroom be. So hither I fly in lowly guise From their gilded domes and their princely halls. Fain would I dwell in some holy cell, Or within some convent's peaceful walls. Then out and spake that proud Lord Abbot, ' Now rest thee, fair daughter, withouten fear, Nor Count nor Duke but shall meet the rebuke Of Holy Church, an he seek thee here. Holy Church denieth all search Midst her sanctified ewes and her saintly rams, And the wolves doth mock who would scathe her flock, Or especially worry her little pet lambs. Then lay, fair daughter, thy fears aside, For here this day shalt thou dine with me.' ' Now nay, the fair maiden cried, ' In sooth, Lord Abbot, that scarce may be. Friends would whisper, and foes would frown, Sith thou art a churchman of high degree, And ill mote it match with thy fair renown, That a wandering damsel dine with thee. There is Simon the Deacon, hath pulse in store, With beans and lettuces fair to see. His Lenten fare now let me share, I pray thee, Lord Abbot, in charity. Though Simon the Deacon hath pulse in store, To our patron saint foul shame it were, Should way-worn guest, with toil oppressed, Meet in his abbey such churlish fare. There is Peter the Prior, and Francis the Friar, And Roger the Monk shall our convives be. Small scandal, I ween, shall then be seen, They are a goodly company. The Abbot hath donned his mitre and ring, His rich dalmatic and manciple fine, And the choristers sing, as the lay brothers bring To the board a magnificent turkey and chine. The turkey and chine, they are done to a nicety, Liver and gizzard and all are there, Ne'er mote Lord Abbot pronounce benedicite Over more luscious or delicate fare. But no pious stave, no Pater or Ave Pronounced as he gazed on that maiden's face. She asked him for stuffing, she asked him for gravy, She asked him for gizzard, but not for grace. Yet gaily the Lord Abbot smiled and pressed, And the blood-red wine in the wine cup filled, And he helped his guest to a bit of the breast, And he sent the drumsticks down to be grilled. There was no lack of old sherry's sack, Of Hippocras fine, or of Malmsey bright, And aye as he drained off his cup with a smack, He grew less pious and more polite. She pledged him once, and she pledged him twice, And she drank as lady ought not to drink, And he pressed her hand 'neath the table thrice, And he winked as Abbot ought not to wink. And Peter the Prior and Francis the Friar Sat each with a napkin under his chin, But Roger the Monk got excessively drunk, So they put him to bed, and they tucked him in. The lay brothers gazed on each other amazed, And Simon the Deacon, with grief and surprise, As he peeped through the keyhole, could scarce fancy real The scene he beheld, or believe his own eyes. In his ear was ringing the Lord Abbot singing, He could not distinguish the words very plain, But 'twas all about coal, and jolly old soul, And fiddlers, and punch, and things quite as profane. Even Porter Paul, at the sound of such revellin', With fervour himself began to bless, For he thought he must somehow have let the devil in, And perhaps was not very much out in his guess. The accusing Byers flew up to Heaven's chancery, Blushing like scarlet with shame and concern. The Archangel took down his tale, and in answer he Wept, see the works of the late Mr. Sterne. Indeed, it is said, a less taking both wherein, When after a lapse of a great many years, They booked Uncle Toby 5 shillings for swearing, and blotted the fine out again with their tears. But St. Nicholas' agony who may paint? His senses at first were well nigh gone, The beatified Saint was ready to faint, When he saw in his Abbey such sad goings on. For never, I ween, had such doings been seen There before from the time that most excellent Prince, Earl Baldwin of Flanders, and other commanders, Had built and endowed it some centuries since. But hark ! 'Tis a sound from the outermost gate, A startling sound from a powerful blow. Who knocks so late? It is half after 8 By the clock, and the clock's 5 minutes too slow. Never perhaps had such loud double raps Been heard in St. Nicholas' Abbey before. All agreed it was shocking to keep people knocking, But none seem'd inclined to answer the door. Now a louder bang through the cloisters rang, And the gate on its hinges wide open flew, And all were aware of a Palmer there, With his cockle, hat, staff, and his sandal shoe. Many a furrow and many a frown By toil and time on his brow were traced, And his long loose gown was of ginger brown, And his rosary dangled below his waist. Now seldom, I ween, is such costume seen, Except at a stage play or masquerade. But who doth not know it was rather the go With pilgrims and saints in the Second Crusade? With noiseless stride did that Palmer glide Across that oaken floor, And he made them all jump, he gave such a thump Against the refectory door. Wide open it flew, and plain to the view The Lord Abbot they all mote see. In his hand was a cup, and he lifted it up, ' Here's the Pope's good health with 3 Rang in their ears 3 deafening cheers, Hosea, 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 And one of the party said, ' Go it, my hearty,' When out spake that Pilgrim grey, ' A boon, Lord Abbot, a boon, a boon, Worn is my foot, and empty my scrip, And nothing to speak of since yesterday noon Of food, Lord Abbot, hath passed my lip. And I am come from a far country, And have visited many a holy shrine, And long have I trod the sacred sod Where the Saints do rest in Palestine. And thou art come from a far country, And if thou in Paynim lands hast been, Now read me aright the most wonderful sight, Thou Palmer grey, that thine eyes have seen. Read me aright the most wonderful sight, Grey Palmer, that ever thine eyes did see, And a manchet of bread, and a good warm bed, And a cup o' the best shall thy guerdon be. Oh, I have been East, and I have been West, And I have seen many a wonderful sight, But never to me did it happen to see A wonder like that which I see this night. To see a Lord Abbot in rochet and stole, With Prior and Friar, a strange marvel, Or a jolly full bowl, sitting cheek by jowl, And hobnobbing away with a devil from hell. He felt in his gown of ginger brown, And he pulled out a flask from beneath. It was rather tough work to get out the cork, But he did it at last with his teeth. O'er a pint and a quarter of holy water He made a sacred sign, And he dash'd the whole on the soi-disant daughter Of old Plantagenet's line. Oh, then did she reek, and squeak, and shriek, With a wild unearthly scream, And fizzled and hiss'd, and produced such a mist, They were all half choked by the steam. Her dove-like eyes turned to coals of fire, Her beautiful nose to a horrible snout, Her hands to paws with nasty great claws, And her bosom went in, and her tail came out. On her chin there appeared a long nanny goat's beard, And her tusks and her teeth no man mote tell, And her horns and her hoofs gave infallible proofs 'Twas a frightful fiend from the nethermost hell. The Palmer threw down his ginger gown, His hat and his cockle, and plain to sight Stood St. Nicholas' self, and his shaven crown Had a glow worm halo of heavenly light. The fiend made a grasp the Abbot to clasp, but St. Nicholas lifted his holy toe, and just in the nick let fly such a kick on his elderly namesake, he made him let go, and out of the window he flew like a shot, for the foot flew up with a terrible thwack, and caught the foul demon about the spot where his tail joins on to the small of his back, and he bounded away like a football at play, till into the bottomless pit he fell slap, knocking Mammon the meagre, or Percy Belphegor, and Lucifer into Beelzebub's lap. Oh, happy the slip from his succubine grip, that saved the Lord Abbot, though breathless with fright. In escaping he tumbled and fractured his hip, and his left leg was shorter thenceforth than his right. On the banks of the Rhine, as he's stopping to dine, from a certain inn window the traveller is shown most picturesque ruins, the scene of these doings, some miles up the river, southeast of Cologne. And while sauerkraut she sells you, the landlady tells you that there in those walls, now all roofless and bare, one Simon a deacon from a lean grew a sleek one on filling a ci-devant abbot's state chair. How a ci-devant abbot, all clothed in drab butt, of texture the coarsest, hair, shirt, and no shoes, his mitre and ring, and all that sort of thing, laid aside, in yon cave lived a pious recluse. How he rose with the sun, limping dot and go one, to yon rill of the mountain in all sorts of weather, where a prior and a friar, who lived somewhat higher up the rock, used to come and eat cresses together. How a thirsty old codger, the neighbours called Roger, with them drank cold water in lieu of old wine. What its quality wanted he, made up in quantity, swigging as though he would empty the Rhine. And how as their bodily strength failed, the mental man gained tenfold vigour and force in all four, and how to the day of their death the old gentleman never attempted to kidnap them more, and how when at length in the odour of sanctity all of them died without grief or complaint, the monks of St. Nicholas said 'twas ridiculous not to suppose every one was a saint, and how in the abbey no one was so shabby as not to say yearly 4 masses ahead on the eve of that supper, and kick on the crupper which Satan received for the souls of the dead. How folks long held in reverence their relics and memories, how the ci-devant abbots obtained greater still, when some cripples, on touching his fractured os femoris, threw down their crutches and danced a quadrille. And how Abbot Simon, who turned out a prime one, these words which grew into a proverb full soon, or the late Abbot's grotto, stuck up as a motto, who sups with the devil should have a long spoon. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series by Richard Harris Barham, Section 21. Rohesia, daughter of Ambrose and sister to Sir Everard Ingoldsby, was born about the beginning of the 16th century, and was married in 1526 at St. Giles, Cripplegate, in the city of London. The following narrative contains all else that is known of the Lady Rohesia. The Lady Rohesia lay on her deathbed. So said the doctor, and doctors are generally allowed to be judges in these matters. Besides, Dr. Butts was the court physician. He carried a crutch-handled staff, with its cross of the blackest ebony, raison de plus. "Is there no hope, doctor?" said Beatrice Grey. "Is there no hope?" said Everard Ingoldsby. "Is there no hope?" said Sir Guy de Montgomery. He was the Lady Rohesia's husband. He spoke the last. The doctor shook his head. He looked at the disconsolate widower in posse, then at the hourglass. Its waning sand seemed sadly to shadow forth the sinking pulse of his patient. Dr. Butts was a very learned man. "Ars longa, vita brevis," said Dr. Butts. I am very sorry to hear it, quoth Sir Guy de Montgomery. Sir Guy was a brave knight, and a tall, but he was no scholar. Alas, my poor sister, sighed Ingoldsby. Alas, my poor mistress, sobbed Beatrice. Sir Guy neither sighed nor sobbed. His grief was too deep-seated for outward manifestation. And how long, doctor? The afflicted husband could not finish the sentence. Dr. Butts withdrew his hand from the wrist of the dying lady. He pointed to the horologe. Scarcely a quarter of its sand remained in the upper moiety. Again he shook his head. The eye of the patient waxed dimmer. The rattling in the throat increased. "What's become of Father Francis?" whimpered Beatrice. "The last consolations of the Church," suggested Everard. A darker shade came over the brow of Sir Guy. "Where is the confessor?" continued his grieving brother-in-law. "In the pantry," cried Marion Hackett pertly, as she tripped downstairs in search of that venerable ecclesiastic. "In the pantry, I warrant me. The Bower woman was not wont to be in the wrong. In the pantry was the holy man discovered, at his devotions." "Pax vobiscum," said Father Francis as he entered the chamber of death. "Vita brevis," retorted Dr. Butts. He was not a man to be browbeat out of his Latin, and by a paltry friar minim too. Had it been a bishop, indeed, or even a mitred abbot, but a miserable Franciscan. "Benedicite," said the friar. "Ars longa," returned the leech. Dr. Butts adjusted the tassels of his falling band, drew his short, sad-coloured cloak closer around him, and grasping his cross-handled walking-stick, stalked majestically out of the apartment. Father Francis had the field to himself. The worthy chaplain hastened to administer the last rites of the church. To all appearance he had little time to lose. As he concluded, the dismal toll of the passing bell sounded from the belfry tower. Little Hubert, the bandy-legged sacristan, was pulling with all his might. It was a capital contrivance, that same passing bell. Which of the Urbans or Innocents invented it is a query, but whoever he was, he deserved well of his country and of Christendom. Ah, our ancestors were not such fools after all as we, their degenerate children, conceit them to have been. The passing bell, a most solemn warning to imps of every description, is not to be regarded with impunity. The most impudent succubus of them all dare as well dip his claws in holy water as come within the verge of its sound. Old Nick himself, if he sets any value at all upon his tale, had best convey himself clean out of hearing, and leave the way open to paradise. Little Hubert continued pulling with all his might, and St. Peter began to look out for a customer. The knell seemed to have some effect even upon the Lady Rohesia. She raised her head slightly. Inarticulate sounds issued from her lips. Inarticulate, that is, to the profane ears of the laity. Those of Father Francis, indeed, were sharper. Nothing, as he averred, could be more distinct than the words, "1,000 marks to the priory of St. Mary Roncesvalles." Now the Lady Rohesia Ingoldsby had brought her husband broad lands and large possessions. Much of her ample dowry, too, was at her own disposal, and non-cupitive wills had not yet been abolished by Act of Parliament. "Pious soul!" ejaculated Father Francis. 1,000 marks, she said. "If she did, I'll be shot," said Sir Guy de Montgomery. 1,000 marks, continued the confessor, fixing his cold grey eye upon the knight, as he went on heedless of the interruption. 1,000 marks, and as many Aves and Paters shall be duly said, as soon as the money is paid down. Sir Guy shrank from the monk's gaze. He turned to the window, and muttered to himself something that sounded like, "Don't you wish you may get it?" The bell continued to toll. Father Francis had quitted the room, taking with him the remains of the holy oil he had been using for extreme unction. Everard Ingoldsby waited on him downstairs. 1,000 thanks, said the latter. 1,000 marks, said the friar. 1,000 devils!" growled Sir Guy de Montgomery from the top of the landing-place. But his accents fell unheeded. His brother-in-law and the friar were gone. He was left alone with his departing lady and Beatrice Grey. Sir Guy de Montgomery stood pensively at the foot of the bed. His arms were crossed upon his bosom. His chin was sunk upon his breast. His eyes were filled with tears. The dim rays of the fading watchlight gave a darker shade to the furrows on his brow, and a brighter tint to the little bald patch on the top of his head. For Sir Guy was a middle-aged gentleman, tall and portly withal, with a slight bend in his shoulders, but that not much. His complexion was somewhat florid, especially about the nose, but his lady was in extremis, and at this particular moment he was paler than usual. Bim, boom, went the bell. The knight groaned audibly. Beatrice Grey wiped her eye with her little square apron of lace de Malines. There was a moment's pause, a moment of intense affliction. She let it fall, all but one corner which remained between her finger and thumb. She looked at Sir Guy, drew the thumb and forefinger of her other hand slowly along its border, till they reached the opposite extremity. She sobbed aloud. "So kind a lady," said Beatrice Grey. "So excellent a wife," responded Sir Guy. "So good," said the damsel. "So dear," said the knight. "So pious," said she. "So humble," said he. "So good to the poor." "So capital a manager." "So punctual at matins, dinner dished to a moment." "So devout," said Beatrice. "So fond of me," said Sir Guy, "and of Father Francis." "What the devil do you mean by that?" said Sir Guy de Montgomery. The knight and the maiden had rung their antiphonic changes on the fine qualities of the departing lady, like the strophe and antistrophe of a Greek play. The cardinal virtues once disposed of, her minor excellences came under review. She would drown a witch, drink lamb's wool at Christmas, beg Dominie Dump's boys a holiday, and dine upon sprats on Good Friday. A low moan from the subject of these eulogies seemed to intimate that the enumeration of her good deeds was not altogether lost on her, that the parting spirit felt and rejoiced in the testimony. "She was too good for earth," continued Sir Guy. Yes," sobbed Beatrice. "I did not deserve her," said the knight. "No," cried the damsel, "not but that I made her an excellent husband, and a kind, but she is going, and where, or when, or how, shall I get such another? Not in broad England, not in the whole wide world," responded Beatrice Grey. "That is, not just such another." Her voice still faltered, but her accents on the whole were more articulate. She dropped the corner of her apron, and had recourse to her handkerchief. In fact, her eyes were getting red, and so was the tip of her nose. Sir Guy was silent. He gazed for a few moments steadfastly on the face of his lady. The single word, "another," fell from his lips like a distant echo. It is not often that the viewless nymph repeats more than is necessary. Bim, boom, went the bell. Bandy-legged Hubert had been tolling for half an hour. He began to grow tired, and St. Peter fidgety. "Beatrice Grey," said Sir Guy de Montgomery, "what's to be done? What's to become of Montgomery Hall, and the buttery, and the servants? And what's to become of me, Beatrice Grey?" There was pathos in his tones, and a solemn pause succeeded. "I'll turn monk myself," said Sir Guy. "Monk!" said Beatrice. "I'll be a Carthusian," repeated the knight, but in a tone less assured. He relapsed into a reverie. Shave his head? He did not so much mind that. He was getting rather bald already. But beans for dinner, and those without butter, and then a horsehair shirt! The knight seemed undecided. His eye roamed gloomily around the apartment. It paused upon different objects, but as if it saw them not. Its sense was shut. and there was no speculation in its glance. It rested at last upon the fair face of the sympathizing damsel at his side, beautiful in her grief. Her tears had ceased, but her eyes were cast down, and mournfully fixed upon her delicate little foot, which was beating the devil's tattoo. There is no talking to a female when she does not look at you. Sir Guy turned round. He seated himself on the edge of the bed, and placing his hand beneath the chin of the lady, turned up her face in an angle of 15 degrees. "I don't think I shall take the vows, Beatrice. But what's to become of me? Poor, miserable, that is, poor, miserable, middle-aged man that I am. No one to comfort, no one to care for me." Beatrice's tears flowed afresh, but she opened not her lips. "'Pon my life," continued he, "I don't believe there is a creature now would care a button if I were hanged tomorrow." "Oh, don't say so, Sir Guy," sighed Beatrice. "You know there's Master Everard, and Father Francis." "Pish!" cried Sir Guy, testily. "And there's your favourite old bitch." "I am not thinking of old bitches," quoth Sir Guy de Montgomery. Another pause ensued. The knight had released her chin and taken her hand. It was a pretty little hand, with long taper fingers and filbert-formed nails, and the softness of the palm said little for its owner's industry. "Sit down, my dear Beatrice," said the knight thoughtfully. "You must be fatigued with your long watching. Take a seat, my child." Sir Guy did not relinquish her hand, but he sidled along the counterpane, and made room for his companion between himself and the bedpost. Now this is a very awkward position for two people to be placed in, especially when the right hand of the one holds the right hand of the other. In such an attitude, what the deuce can the gentleman do with his left? Sir Guy closed his till it became an absolute fist, and his knuckles rested on the bed, a little in the rear of his companion. "Another," repeated Sir Guy, musing. "If indeed I could find such another." He was talking to his thought, but Beatrice Grey answered him. "There's Madame Fitzfoozle." "A frump," said Sir Guy. "Or the Lady Bumbarton, with her hump," muttered he. "There's the Dowager." "Stop, stop," said the knight. "Stop one moment." He paused. He was all on a tremble. Something seemed rising in his throat, but he gave a great gulp and swallowed it. "Beatrice," said he, "what think you of—" his voice sank into a most seductive softness. "What think you of Beatrice Grey? The murder was out." The knight felt infinitely relieved. The knuckles of his left hand unclosed spontaneously, and the arm he had felt such a difficulty in disposing of found itself, nobody knows how, all at once encircling the jimp waist of the pretty Beatrice. The young lady's reply was expressed in 3 syllables. They were, "Oh, Sir Guy!" The words might be somewhat indefinite, but there was no mistaking the look. Their eyes met. Sir Guy's left arm contracted itself spasmodically. When the eyes meet, at least as theirs met, the lips are very apt to follow the example. The knight had taken one long, loving kiss, nectar and ambrosia. He thought on Dr. Butts and his Repetator Haustus, a prescription Father Francis had taken infinite pains to translate for him. He was about to repeat it, but the dose was interrupted in transitu. Doubtless the adage, "There's many a slip 'twixt the cup and the lip," hath reference to medicine. Sir Guy's lip was again all but in conjunction with that of his bride-elect. It has been hinted already that there was a little round polished patch on the summit of the knight's pericranium, from which his locks had gradually receded, a sort of oasis, or rather a Mont Blanc in miniature, rising above the highest point of vegetation. It was on this little spot, undefended alike by art and nature, that at this interesting moment a blow descended, such as we must borrow a term from the sister island adequately to describe. It was a whack. Sir Guy started upon his feet, Beatrice Grey started upon hers, but a single glance to the rear reversed her position. She fell upon her knees and screamed. The knight, too, wheeled about, and beheld a sight which might have turned a bolder man to stone. It was she, the all but defunct Rohesia. There she sat, bolt upright, her eyes no longer glazed with the film of impending dissolution, but scintillating like flint and steel, while in her hand she grasped the bedstaff, a weapon of mickle might, as her husband's bloody coxcomb could now well testify. Words were yet wanting, for the quinsy, which her rage had broken, still impeded her utterance, but the strength and rapidity of her guttural intonations augured well for her future eloquence. Sir Guy de Montgomery stood for a while like a man distraught. This resurrection, for such it seemed, had quite overpowered him. A husband oft times makes the best physician, says the proverb. He was a living personification of its truth. Still it was whispered he had been content with Dr. Butts, but his lady was restored to bless him for many years. Heavens, what a life he led! The Lady Rohesia mended apace, her quinsy was cured, the bell was stopped, and little Hubert, the sacristan, kicked out of the chapelry. St. Peter opened his wicket and looked out. There was nobody there, so he flung to the gate in a passion, and went back to his lodge, grumbling at being hoaxed by a runaway ring. Years rolled on. The improvement of Lady Rohesia's temper did not keep pace with that of her health, and one fine morning Sir Guy de Montgomery was seen to enter the porte cochere of Durham House, at that time the town residence of Sir Walter Raleigh. Nothing more was ever heard of him, but a boat full of adventurers was known to have dropped down with the tide that evening to Deptford Hope, where lay the good ship the Darling, commanded by Captain Keymis, who sailed next morning on the Virginia voyage. A brass plate, some 18 inches long, may yet be seen in Denton chancel, let into a broad slab of Betherston marble. It represents a lady kneeling in her wimple and hood. Her hands are clasped in prayer, and beneath is an inscription in the characters of the age: "Pray for ye soul of ye Lady Royce, and for all Christian souls." The date is illegible, but it appears that she survived King Henry VIII, and that the dissolution of monasteries had lost St. Mary Roncevaux her 1,000 marks. As for Beatrice Grey, it is well known that she was alive in 1559, and then had virginity enough left to be a maid of honour to good Queen Bess. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series, by Richard Harris Barham. Section 22. It was during the honey, or as it is sometimes termed, the treacle moon, that Mr. and Mrs. Seaforth passed through London. A good-natured friend who dropped in to dinner forced them in the evening to the theatre, for the purpose of getting rid of him. I give Charles' account of the tragedy, just as it was written, without altering even the last couplet, for there would be no making Egerton rhyme with story. The tragedy, Quaeque ipsi miserrima vidi. Virgil. Catherine of Cleves was a lady of rank. She had lands and fine houses and cash in the bank. She had jewels and rings and 1,000 smart things, was lovely and young, with a rather sharp tongue, and she wedded a noble of high degree, with the star of the order of Saint Esprit. But the Duke de Guise was by many degrees her senior, and not very easy to please. He'd a sneer on his lip, and a scowl with his eye, and a frown on his brow, and he looked like a guy. So she took to intriguing with Monsieur St. Megrin, a young man of fashion, and figure, and worth, but with no great pretensions to fortune or birth. He would sing, fence, and dance with the best men in France, and took his rapis with genteel nonchalance. He smiled and he flattered and flirted with ease, and was very superior to Monseigneur de Guise. Now Monsieur St. Megrin was curious to know if the lady approved of his passion or no. So without more ado he put on his surtout, and went to a man with a beard like a Jew, one Signor Ruggieri, a cunning man, near he could conjure, tell fortunes, and calculate tides, perform tricks on the cards, and heaven knows what besides, bring back a strayed cow, silver ladle, or spoon, and was thought to be thick with the man in the moon. The sage took his stand with his wand in his hand, drew a circle, then gave the dread word of command, saying solemnly, Presto, hey quick, cockalorum, when the Duchess immediately popped up before 'em. Just then a conjunction of Venus and Mars, or something peculiar above in the stars, attracted the notice of Signor Ruggieri, who bolted and left him alone with his dearie. Monsieur St. Megrin went down on his knees, and the Duchess shed tears large as marrow-fat peas, when fancy the shock, a loud double knock, made the lady cry, Get up, you fool, there's De Guise. 'Twas his Grace, sure enough, so Monsieur looking bluff, strutted by with his hat on, and fingering his ruff, while unseen by either, away flew the dame, through the opposite keyhole, the same way she came. But alack and alas, a mishap came to pass. In her hurry, she somehow or other let fall a new silk bandana she'd worn as a shawl. She had used it for drying her bright eyes while crying, and blowing her nose, as her beau talked of dying. Now the Duke, who had seen it so lately adorn her, and knew the great C with the crown in the corner, the instant he spied it smoked something amiss, and said with some energy, Damn it, what's this? He went home in a fume, and bounced into her room, crying, So, ma'am, I find I've some cause to be jealous. Look here, here's a proof you run after the fellows. Now take up that pen, if it's bad choose a better, and write as I dictate this moment a letter to Monsieur you-know-who. The lady looked blue, but replied with much firmness, Hang me if I do. De Guise grasped her wrist with his great bony fist, and pinched it, and gave it so painful a twist, that his hard iron gauntlet the flesh went an inch in. She did not mind death, but she could not stand pinchin', so she sat down and wrote this polite little note, Dear Mr. St. Megrin, the chiefs of the League in our house mean to dine this evening at 9. I shall soon after 10 slip away from the men, and you'll find me upstairs in the drawing-room then. Come up the back way, or those impudent thieves of servants will see you. Yours, Catherine of Cleves. She directed and sealed it, all pale as a ghost, and De Guise put it into the twopenny post. St. Megrin had almost jumped out of his skin for joy that day when the post came in. He read the note through, then began it anew, and thought it almost too good news to be true. He clapped on his hat, and a hood over that, with a cloak to disguise him and make him look fat. So great his impatience, from half after 4 he was waiting till 10 at De Guise's back door. When he heard the great clock of St. Genevieve chime, he ran up the back staircase 6 steps at a time. He had scarce made his bow, he hardly knew how, when alas and alack, there was no getting back, for the drawing-room door was banged to with a whack. In vain he applied to the handle and tried, somebody or other had locked it outside, and the Duchess in agony mourned her mishap. We are caught like a couple of rats in a trap. Now the Duchess' page, about 12 years of age, for so little a boy, was remarkably sage, and just in the nick to their joy and amazement, popped the gaslighter's ladder close under the casement. But all would not do, though St. Megrin got through, the window below stood De Guise and his crew, and though never man was more brave than St. Megrin, yet fighting a score is extremely fatiguing. He thrust carte and tierce, uncommonly fierce, but not Beelzebub's self could their cuirasses pierce, while his doublet and hose, being holiday clothes, were soon cut through and through from his knees to his nose. Still an old crooked sixpence the conjurer gave him, from pistol and sword was sufficient to save him. But when beat on his knees, that confounded De Guise came behind with the fogle that caused all this breeze, whipped it tight round his neck, and when backward he'd jerked him, the rest of the rascals jumped on him and burked him. The poor little page to himself got no quarter, but was served the same way, and was found the next day, with his heels in the air and his head in the water butt. Catherine of Cleves roared murder and thieves from the window above, while they murdered her love, till finding the rogues had accomplished his slaughter, she drank prussic acid without any water, and died like a duke and a duchess' daughter. Moral. Take warning, ye fair, from this tale of the bards, and don't go where fortunes are told on the cards, but steer clear of conjurers, never put query to wise Mrs. Williams, or folks like Ruggieri. When alone in your room, shut the door close and lock it. Above all, keep your handkerchief safe in your pocket, lest you too should stumble, and Lord Leveson Gorhy be called on, sad poet, to tell your sad story. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series by Richard Harris Barham. Section 23. It was in the summer of 1838 that a party from Tappington reached the metropolis with a view of witnessing the coronation of their youthful queen, whom God long preserve. This purpose they were fortunate enough to accomplish by the purchase of a peer's tickets from a stationer in the Strand, who was enabled so to dispose of some, greatly to the indignation of the hereditary Earl Marshal. How Mr. Barney managed to insinuate himself into the Abbey remains a mystery. His characteristic modesty and address doubtless assisted him, for there he unquestionably was. The result of his observations was thus communicated to his associates in the servants' hall upon his return, to the infinite delectation of Mademoiselle Pauline, over a cruskeen of his own concocting. Mr. Barney Maguire's account of the coronation, heir, the Groves of Blarney. Och, the coronation, what celebration, for emulation, can with it compare? When to Westminster the royal spinster, and the Duke of Leinster, all in order did repair. 'Twas there you'd see the new policeman making a scrimmage at half after 4, and the lords and ladies, and the Miss O'Grady's, all standing round before the Abbey door, their pillows scorning, that selfsame morning, themselves adorning, all by the candlelight, with roses and lilies, and daffydowndillies, and gould and jewels, and rich diamonds bright. And then approaches 500 coaches, with General Dolbeak. Och, 'twas mighty fine to see how aisy old Corporal Casey, with his sword drawn prancing, made them cape the line. Then the guns alarums, and the King of Arums, all in his garters and his Clarence shoes, opening the massy doors to the bold ambassadors, the Prince of Potboys, and great heathen Jews. 'Twould have made you crazy to see Esterhazy, all jewels from his jasey to his diamond boots, with Alderman Harmer, and that swate charmer, the female heiress, Miss Angeli Coots, and Wellington walking, with his sword drawn talking, to Hill and Harding, heroes of great fame, and Sir de Lacy, and the Duke d'Almacy, they called him Salt, afore he changed his name, themselves presading, Lord Melbourne lading The Queen, the darling, to her royal chair, and that fine old fellow, the Duke of Pelmello, the Queen of Portingal's chargé d'affaires. Then the noble Prussians, likewise the Russians, in fine laced jackets with their goulden cuffs, and the Bavarians, and the proud Hungarians, and everything Garians, all in furs and muffs. Then Mr. Spaker, with Mr. Pays the Quaker, all in the gallery you might perceive, but Lord Brougham was missing, and gone a fishing, only crass Lord Essex would not give him lave. There was Baron Alten, himself exaltin', and Prince von Schwarzenberg, and many more. Och, I'd be bothered, and entirely smothered, to tell the half of 'em was to the fore, with the swate peeresses in their crowns and dresses, and aldermanesses, and the Board of Works. But Mahomet Ali said quite gintally, I'd be proud to see the likes among the Turks. Then the Queen, heaven bless her, och, they did dress her in her purple garments, and her goulden crown, like Venus or Hebe, or the Queen of Sheby, with 8 young ladies houlding up her gown. Sure 'twas grand to see her, also to hear the big drums bating, and the trumpets blow, and Sir George Smart, oh, he played a concerto, with his 24 fiddlers all on a row. Then the Lord Archbishop held a golden dish up, for to receive her bounty and great wealth, saying, Plaise your glory, great Queen Victory, you'll give the clargy lave to drink your health. Then his Riverence retrating, discoosed the mating, Boys, here's your Queen, deny it if you can, and if any bold traitor, or inferior crathur, sneezes at that, I'd like to see the man. Then the nobles kneeling, to the powers appealing, Heaven send your Majesty a glorious reign. And Sir Claudius Hunter, he did confront her, all in his scarlet gown and golden chain. The great Lord Mayor too, sat in his chair too, but mighty serious, looking fit to cry, for the Earl of Surrey, all in his hurry, throwing the 13s, hit him in his eye. Then there was preaching, and good store of speeching, with dukes and marquises on bended knee, and they did splash her with rail macasher, and the Queen said, Ah, then thank ye all for me. Then the trumpets braying, and the organ playing, and sweet trombones with their silver tones, but Lord Roll was rolling, 'twas mighty consoling to think his lordship did not break his bones. Then the crames and custard, and the beef and mustard, all on the tombstones like a poulterer's shop, with lobsters and whitebait, and other swate meats, and wine and negus, and imperial pop. There was cakes and apples in all the chapels, with fine polonies, and rich mellow pears. Och, the Count von Stroganoff, sure he got his prog enough, the sly old divil underneath the stairs. Then the cannons thundered, and the people wondered, crying, God save Victoria, our royal Queen. Och, if myself should live to be 100, sure it's the proudest day that I'll have seen. And now I've ended what I pretended, this narration splendid in swate poeth rye. Ye dear bewitcher, just hand the pitcher, faith it's myself that's getting mighty thry. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series, by Richard Harris Barham, Section 24. As a pendant to the foregoing, I shall venture to insert Mr. Simpkinson's lucubrations on a subject, to him, as a savant of the first class, scarcely less interesting. The aerial voyage to which it alludes took place about 1.5 years previously to the august event already recorded, and the excitement manifested in the learned antiquary's effusion may give some faint idea of that which prevailed generally among the sons of science at that memorable epoch. The Monster Balloon. Oh, the balloon, the great balloon, it left Vauxhall one Monday at noon, and everyone said we should hear of it soon, with news from Aleppo or Scanderoon. But very soon after folks changed their tune, the netting had burst, the silk, the shalloon, it had met with a trade wind, a deuced monsoon, it was blown out to sea, it was blown to the moon. They ought to have put off their journey till June. Sure none but a donkey, a goose, or baboon would go up in November in any balloon. Then they talked about Green, oh where's Mr. Green? And where's Mr. Holland who hired the machine? And where is Monk Mason, the man that has been up so often before, 12 times or 13, and who writes such nice letters describing the scene? And where's the cold fowl, and the ham, and poteen, the pressed beef with the fat cut off, nothing but lean, and the portable soup in the patent tureen? Have they got to Grand Cairo, or reached Aberdeen, or Jerusalem, Hamburg, or Ballyporeen? No, they have not been seen. Oh, they haven't been seen. Stay, here's Mr. Guy, Mr. Frederick Guy. At Paris, says he, I've been up very high, a couple of hundred of toises, or nigh, a cockstride the Tuileries Pantiles to spy, with Dollond's best telescope stuck at my eye, and my umbrella under my arm like Paul Pry. But I could see nothing at all but the sky, so I thought with myself 'twas of no use to try any longer, and feeling remarkably dry from sitting all day stuck up there like a guy, I came down again, and you see, here am I. But here's Mr. Hughes. What says young Mr. Hughes? Why, I'm sorry to say we've not got any news since the letter they threw down in one of their shoes, which gave the mayor's nose such a deuce of a bruise, as he popped up his eyeglass to look at their cruise over Dover, and which the folks flocked to peruse at Squire's Bazaar the same evening in crews. Politicians, newsmongers, town council, and blues, Turks, heretics, infidels, jumpers, and Jews, scorning bachelors' papers and Warren's reviews. But the wind was then blowing towards Helvet Sloughs, and my father and I are in terrible stews, for so large a balloon is a sad thing to lose. Here's news come at last, here's news come at last, a vessel's come in, which has sailed very fast, and a gentleman serving before the mast, Mr. Noakes, has declared that the party has passed safe across to the Hague, where their grapnel they cast, as a fat burgomaster was staring aghast to see such a monster come borne on the blast, and it caught in his waistband, and there it stuck fast. Oh fie, Mr. Noakes, for shame, Mr. Noakes, to be poking your fun at us plain-dealing folks. Sir, this isn't a time to be cracking your jokes, and such jesting your malice but scurvily cloaks. Such a trumpery tale every one of us smokes, and we know very well your whole story's a hoax. Oh, what shall we do? Oh, where will it end? Can nobody go? Can nobody send to Calais, or Bergen op Zoom, or Ostend? Can't you go there yourself? Can't you write to a friend, for news upon which we may safely depend? Huzzah! Huzzah! 1 and 8 to pay for a letter from Hamborough just come to say they descended at Weilburg about break of day, and they've lent them the palace there during their stay, and the town is becoming uncommonly gay, and they're feasting the party and soaking their clay with Johannesburg, Rudesheim, Moselle, and Tokay, and the Landgraves and Margraves and Counts beg and pray that they won't think as yet about going away, notwithstanding they don't mean to make much delay, but pack up the balloon in a wagon or dray, and pop themselves into a German pochet, and get on to Paris by Lille or Tournay, where they'll boldly declare any wager they'll lay, if the gas people there do not ask them to pay such a sum as must force them at once to say nay, they'll inflate the balloon in the Champs-Elysees, and be back again here the beginning of May. Dear me, what a treat for a juvenile feat! What thousands will flock their arrival to greet! There'll be hardly a soul to be seen in the street, for at Vauxhall the whole population will meet, and you'll scarcely get standing room, much less a seat, for this all preceding attraction must beat, since they'll unfold what we want to be told, how they coughed, how they sneezed, how they shivered with cold, how they tippled the cordial, as racy and old as Hodges or Deedy or Smith ever sold, and how they all then felt remarkably bold, how they thought the boiled beef worth its own weight in gold, and how Mr. Green was beginning to scold, because Mr. Mason would try to lay hold of the moon and had very near overboard rolled. And there they'll be seen, they'll be all to be seen, the greatcoats, the coffee pot mugs and tureen, with the tightrope and fireworks and dancing between, if the weather should only prove fair and serene. And there on a beautiful transparent screen, in the middle you'll see a large picture of green, Mr. Holland on one side, who hired the machine, Mr. Mason on t'other, describing the scene, and Fame on one leg in the air like a queen, with 3 wreaths and a trumpet, will over them lean, while Envy in serpents and black bombazine looks on from below with an air of chagrin. Then they'll play up a tune in the Royal Saloon, and the people will dance by the light of the moon, and keep up the ball till the next day at noon, and the peer and the peasant, the lord and the loon, the haughty grandee and the low picaroon, the 6-foot Life Guardsman and little gossoon, will all join in 3 cheers for the monster balloon. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series by Richard Harris Barham. Section 25. It is much to be regretted that I have not as yet been able to discover more than a single specimen of my friend Suckle Thumbkin's muse. The event it alludes to, probably the euthanasia of the late Mr. Greenacre, will scarcely have yet faded from the recollection of an admiring public, although with the usual diffidence of a man of fashion, Augustus has sunk the fact of his own presence on that interesting occasion. I have every reason to believe that, in describing the party at the auberge hereafter mentioned, he might have said, with a brother exquisite, quorum pars magna fui. Honourable Mr. Suckle Thumbkin's story, The Execution, a sporting anecdote. My Lord Tomnoddy got up one day. It was half after 2, he had nothing to do, so his lordship rang for his cabriolet. Tiger Tim was clean of limb, his boots were polished, his jacket was trim, with a very smart tie in his smart cravat, and a smart cockade on the top of his hat. Tallest of boys, or shortest of men, he stood in his stockings just 4'10", and he asked, as he held the door on the swing, "Pray did your lordship please to ring?" My Lord Tomnoddy he raised his head, and thus to Tiger Tim he said, "Malibran's dead, Duvernay's fled, Taglioni has not yet arrived in her stead. Tiger Tim, come tell me true, what may a nobleman find to do?" Tim looked up, and Tim looked down, he paused, and he put on a thoughtful frown, and he held up his hat, and he peeped in the crown. He bit his lip, and he scratched his head, he let go the handle, and thus he said, as the door released behind him banged, "And please you, my lord, there's a man to be hanged." My Lord Tomnoddy jumped up at the news, ' Run to M'Fuze and Lieutenant Tregooze, And run to Sir Carnaby Jenks of the Blues ; Rope dancers a score I've seen before, Madame Sachi, Antonio, and Master Blackmore ; But to see a man swing at the end of a string, With his neck in a noose, will be quite a new thing.' My Lord Tomnoddy stepped into his cab, Dark rifle green, with a lining of drab ; Through street and through square his high trotting mare, Like one of Ducrow's, goes pawing the air. Adown Piccadilly and Waterloo Place Went the high trotting mare at a very quick pace ; She produced some alarm, but did no great harm, Save frightening a nurse with a child on her arm, Spattering with clay 2 urchins at play, Knocking down, very much to the sweeper's dismay, An old woman who wouldn't get out of the way, And upsetting a stall near Exeter Hall, Which made all the pious Church Mission folks squall. But eastward afar, through Temple Bar, My Lord Tomnoddy directs his car, Never heeding their squalls, or their calls, or their bawls. He passes by Waithman's Emporium for shawls, And merely just catching a glimpse of St. Paul's, Turns down the Old Bailey, where in front of the jail he Pulls up at the door of the gin shop, and gaily Cries, ' What must I fork out to night, my trump, For the whole first floor of the Magpie and Stump ?' The clock strikes 12 — it is dark midnight, Yet the Magpie and Stump is one blaze of light. The parties are met, the tables are set, There is punch, cold without, hot with, heavy wet, Ale glasses and jugs, and rummers and mugs, And sand on the floor without carpets or rugs, Cold fowl and cigars, pickled onions in jars, Welsh rabbits and kidneys, rare work for the jaws, And very large lobsters with very large claws. And there is M'Fuze, and Lieutenant Tregooze, And there is Sir Carnaby Jenks of the Blues, All come to see a man die in his shoes. The clock strikes 1, supper is done, And Sir Carnaby Jenks is full of his fun, Singing ' Jolly companions, every one.' My Lord Tomnoddy is drinking gin toddy, And laughing at everything and everybody. The clock strikes 2, and the clock strikes 3, Who so merry as we, Save Captain M'Fuze, who is taking a snooze, While Sir Carnaby Jenks is busy at work, Blacking his nose with a piece of burnt cork. The clock strikes 4, round the debtor's door Are gathered a couple of thousand or more, As many await at the press yard gate, Till slowly its folding doors open, and straight The mob divides, and between their ranks A waggon comes loaded with posts and with planks. The clock strikes 5, the sheriffs arrive, And the crowd is so great that the street seems alive. But Sir Carnaby Jenks blinks and winks, A candle burns down in the socket and stinks. Lieutenant Tregooze is dreaming of Jews, And acceptances all the bill brokers refuse. My Lord Tomnoddy has drunk all his toddy, And just as the dawn is beginning to peep, The whole of the party are fast asleep. Sweetly, oh sweetly, the morning breaks, With roseate streaks, Like the first faint blush on a maiden's cheeks. Seem'd as that mild and clear blue sky Smiled upon all things far and nigh, On all save the wretch condemned to die. Alack, that ever so fair a sun As that which its course has now begun Should rise on such a scene of misery, Should gild with rays so light and free That dismal, dark frowning gallows tree. And hark ! a sound comes, big with fate, The clock from St. Sepulchre's tower strikes 8. List to that low funereal bell, It is tolling, alas, a living man's knell. And see, from forth that opening door They come, he steps that threshold o'er, who never shall tread upon threshold more. God, 'tis a fearsome thing to see that pale wan man's mute agony, the glare of that wild despairing eye, now bent on the crowd, now turned to the sky, as though 'twere scanning in doubt and in fear the path of the spirit's unknown career. Those pinioned arms, those hands that ne'er shall be lifted again, not even in prayer, that heaving chest, enough, 'tis done, the bolt has fallen, the spirit is gone, for weal or for woe is known but to one. Oh, 'twas a fearsome sight, ah me, a deed to shudder at, not to see. Again that clock, 'tis time, 'tis time, the hour is past with its earliest chime, the cord is severed, the lifeless clay by dungeon villains is borne away. 9, 'twas the last concluding stroke, and then my Lord Tom Noddy awoke, and Tregooze and Sir Carnaby Jenks arose, and Captain Mafooze with the black on his nose, and they stared at each other, as much as to say, Hullo, hullo, here's a rum go. Why, Captain, my lord, here's the devil to pay, the fellow's been cut down and taken away. What's to be done? We've missed all the fun. Why, they'll laugh at and quiz us all over the town. We are all of us done so uncommonly brown. What was to be done? 'Twas perfectly plain that they could not well hang the man over again. What was to be done? The man was dead. Naught could be done, naught could be said. So my Lord Tom Noddy went home to bed. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series, by Richard Harris Barham, Section 26. The following communication will speak for itself. On their own actions, modest men are dumb. Some account of a new play. In a familiar epistle to my brother-in-law, Lieutenant Seaforth, H.P., late of the Honourable E.I.C.'s 2nd Regiment of Bombay Fencibles. The play's the thing. Hamlet. Tavistock Hotel, November 1839. Dear Charles, in reply to your letter and Fanny's, Lord Brougham, it appears, isn't dead, though Queen Anne is. 'Twas a plot and a farce. You hate farces, you say. Take another plot, then, viz., the plot of the play. The Countess of Arundel, high in degree, as a lady possessed of an earldom in fee, was imprudent enough, at 15 years of age, a period of life when we're not over sage, to form a liaison, in fact to engage, her hand to a hop of my thumb of a page. This put her papa, she had no mamma, as may well be supposed, in a deuce of a rage. Mr. Benjamin Franklin was wont to repeat in his budget of proverbs, stone kisses are sweet, but they have their alloy. Fate assumed to annoy Miss Arundel's peace and embitter her joy, the equivocal shape of a fine little boy. When through the young stranger her secret took wind, the old lord was neither to haud nor to bind. He bounced up and down, and so fearful a frown contracted his brow you'd have thought he'd been blind. The young lady, they say, having fainted away, was confined to her room for the whole of that day, while her beau, no rare thing in the old feudal system, disappeared the next morning, and nobody missed him. The fact is, his lordship, who hadn't, it seems, formed the slightest idea, not e'en in his dreams, that the pair had been wedded according to law, conceived that his daughter had made a faux pas, so he bribed at a high rate, a sort of a pirate, to knock out the poor dear young gentleman's brains, and gave him a handsome douceur for his pains. The page thus disposed of, his lordship now turns His attention at once to the lady's concerns, And, alarm'd for the future, looks out for a suitor, One not fond of raking, nor given to the pewter, But adapted to act both the husband and tutor, Finds a highly respectable middle aged widower, Marries her off, and thanks Heaven that he's rid of her. Relieved from his cares, the old peer now prepares To arrange in good earnest his worldly affairs, Has his will made anew by a special attorney, Sickens, takes to his bed, and sets out on his journey. Which way he travell'd has not been unravell'd, To speculate much on the point were too curious, If the climate he reach'd were serene or sulphureous. To be sure, in his balance sheet all must declare One item, the page, was an awkward affair, But per contra he'd lately endowed a new chantry For priests, with 10 marks, and the run of the pantry. Be that as it may, it's sufficient to say That his tomb in the chancel stands there to this day, Built of Bethersden marble, a dark bluish grey, The figure a fine one of pure alabaster, Some cleanly churchwarden has cover'd with plaster, While some Vandal or Jew, with a taste for virtu, Has knock'd off his toes, To place, I suppose, In some Pickwick museum, with part of his nose. From his belt and his sword, and his misericorde, The enamel's been chipped out and never restored. His CG in old French is inscribed all around, And his head's in his helm, and his heel's on his hound. The palms of his hands, as if going to pray, Are joined and upraised o'er his bosom. But stay, I forgot that his tomb's not described in the play. Lady Arundel, now in her own right a Peeress, Perplexes her noddle with no such nice queries, But produces in time, to her husband's great joy, Another remarkably fine little boy. As novel connections oft change the affections, And turn all one's love into different directions, Now to young Johnny Newcome she seems to confine hers, Neglecting the poor little dear out at dry nurse. Nay, far worse than that, she considers the brat As a bore, fears her husband may smell out a rat. For her legal adviser she takes an old miser, A sort of poor cousin. She might have been wiser, For this arrant deceiver, by name Maurice Beaver, A shocking old scamp, should her own issue fail, By the law of the land stands the next in entail. So, as soon as she asked him to hit on some plan To provide for her eldest, away the rogue ran To that self-same unprincipled seafaring man, In his ear whisper'd low, ' Bully Gosson, and done, I burk'd the papa, now I'll bishop the son.' 'Twas agreed, and with speed To accomplish the deed, He adopted a scheme he was sure would succeed. By long cock and bull stories Of Candish and Norreys, Of Drake and bold Raleigh, then fresh in his glories, Acquired 'mongst the Indians and Rapparee Tories, He so worked on the lad That he left, which was bad, The only true friend in the world that he had, Father Onslow, a priest, though to quit him most loth, Who in childhood had furnish'd his pap and his broth, At no small risk of scandal, indeed, to his cloth. The kidnapping crimp took the foolish young imp On board of his cutter so trim and so jimp, Then seizing him just as you'd handle a shrimp, Twirl'd him thrice in the air with a whirligig motion, And soused him at once, neck and heels, in the ocean. This was off Plymouth Sound, and he must have been drown'd, For 'twas nonsense to think he could swim to dry ground, If a very great warman, called Billy the Norman, Had not just at that moment sail'd by outward bound, A shark of great size, with his great glassy eyes, Sheer'd off as he came and relinquish'd the prize. So he pick'd up the lad, swabbed and dry rubb'd, and mopp'd him, And having no children, resolved to adopt him. Full many a year did he hand reef and steer, and by no means considered himself as small beer, when old Norman at length died and left him his frigate, with lots of pistoles in his coffer to rig it. A sailor ne'er moans, so consigning the bones of his friend to the locker of one Mr. Jones. For England he steers. On the voyage it appears that he rescued a maid from the Dey of Algiers, and at length reached the Sussex coast, where, in a bay, not a great way from Brighton, most cosily lay his vessel at anchor, the very same day that the poet begins, thus commencing his play. Act I. Giles Gaussen accosts old Sir Maurice de Beevor, and puts the poor knight in a deuce of a fever, by saying the boy whom he took out to please him is come back a captain on purpose to tease him. Sir Maurice, who gladly would see Mr. Gaussen breaking stones on the highway or sweeping a crossin', dissembles, observes it's of no use to fret, and hints he may find some more work for him yet, then calls at the castle and tells Lady A that the boy they had 10 years ago sent away is returned a grown man, and to come to the point, will put her son Percy's nose clean out of joint, but adds that herself she no longer need vex, if she'll buy him, Sir Maurice, a farm near the Exe. Oh, take it, she cries, but secure every document. A bargain, says Maurice, including the stock you meant? The captain, meanwhile, with a lover-like smile, and a fine cambric handkerchief, wipes off the tears from Miss Violet's eyelash, and hushes her fears. That's the lady he saved from the Dey of Algiers. Now arises a delicate point, and this is it. The young lady herself is but down on a visit. She's perplexed, and in fact does not know how to act. It's her very first visit, and then to begin by asking a stranger, a gentleman, in, one with moustaches too, and a tuft on his chin. She really don't know, he had much better go. Here the Countess steps in from behind, and says, No, fair sir, you are welcome, do pray stop and dine. You will take our pot luck, and we've decentish wine. He bows, looks at Miss, and he does not decline. Act II. After dinner the captain recounts with much glee all he's heard, seen, and done since he first went to sea, all his perils and scrapes, and his hair-breadth escapes, talks of boa constrictors, and lions, and apes, and fierce Bengal tigers, like that which, you know, if you've ever seen any respectable show, carried off the unfortunate Mr. Monroe. Then, diverging a while, he adverts to the mystery which hangs like a cloud o'er his own private history. How he ran off to sea, how they set him afloat, not a word, though, of barrel or bunghole. See note. How he happened to meet with the Algerine fleet, and forced them by sheer dint of arms to retreat, thus saving his Violet. One of his feet here just touched her toe, and she moved on her seat. How his vessel was battered, in short, he so chattered, now lively, now serious, so ogled and flattered, that the ladies much marvelled a person should be able to make himself, both said, so very agreeable. Captain Norman's adventures were scarcely half done, when Percy Lord Ashdale, her ladyship's son, in a terrible fume, bounces into the room, and talks to his guest as you'd talk to your groom, claps his hand on his rapier, and swears he'll be through him. The captain does nothing at all but pooh-pooh him, unable to smother his hate of his brother. He rails at his cousin, and blows up his mother. Fie, fie, says the first. Says the latter, in sooth, this is sharper by far than a keen serpent's tooth. A remark, by the way, which King Lear had made years ago, when he asked for his knights, and his daughter said, Here's a go. This made Ashdale ashamed, but he must not be blamed too much for his warmth, for, like many young fellows, he was apt to lose temper when tortured by jealousy. Still speaking quite gruff, he goes off in a huff, Lady A, who is now what some call ' up to snuff,' straight determines to patch up a clandestine match between the sea captain she dreads like Old Scratch, and Miss, whom she does not think any great catch, for Ashdale; besides he won't kick up such shindies were she once fairly married and off to the Indies. Act III. Miss Violet takes from the Countess her tone, she agrees to meet Norman by moonlight alone, and slip off to his bark, the night being dark, though the moon, the sea captain says, rises in heaven 1 hour before midnight, i.e. at 11, from which speech I infer, though perhaps I may err, that though weatherwise doubtless midst surges and surf when capering on shore, was by no means a Murphy. He starts off again at sunset to reach an old chapel in ruins that stands on the beach, where the priest is to bring, as he's promised by lettera, paper to prove his name, birthright, etc. Being rather too late, Gaussen lying in wait gives poor Father Onslow a knock on the pate, but bolts, seeing Norman before he has wrested from the hand of the priest, as Sir Maurice requested, the marriage certificate duly attested. Norman kneels by the clergyman fainting and gory, and begs he won't die till he's told him his story. The father complies, reopens his eyes, and tells him all how and about it, and dies. Act IV. Norman, now called Lameni, instructed of all, goes back, though it's getting quite late for a call, hangs his hat and his cloak on a peg in the hall, and tells the proud Countess it's useless to smother the fact any longer. He knows she's his mother, his pa's wedded spouse. She questions his nous, and threatens to have him turned out of the house. He still perseveres, till in spite of her fears, she admits he's the son she had cast off for years, and he gives her the papers all blistered with tears, when Ashdale, who chances his nose in to poke, takes his hat and his cloak, just as if in a joke, determined to put in his wheel a new spoke, and slips off thus disguised when he sees by the dial-it 's time for the rendezvous fixed with Miss Violet. Captain Norman, who after all feels rather sore at his mother's reserve, vows to see her no more, rings the bell for the servant to open the door, and leaves his mamma in a fit on the floor. Act V. Now comes the catastrophe. Ashdale, who's wrapped in the cloak with the hat and the plume of the captain, leads Violet down through the grounds to the chapel, where Gaussen's concealed. He springs forward to grapple the man he's erroneously led to suppose Captain Norman himself by the cut of his clothes. In the midst of their strife, and just as the knife of the pirate is raised to deprive him of life, the captain comes forward, drawn there by the squeals of the lady, and knocking Giles head over heels, fractures his knob, saves the hangman a job, and executes justice most strictly, the rather 'twas the spot where that rascal had murdered his father. Then in comes the mother, who, finding one brother had the instant before saved the life of the other, explains the whole case. Ashdale puts a good face on the matter, and since he's obliged to give place, yields his coronet up with a pretty good grace. Norman vows he won't have it. The kinsmen embrace, and the captain, the first in this generous race to remove every handle for gossip and scandal, sets the whole of the papers alight with the candle. An arrangement takes place on the very same night. All is settled and done, and the points the most vital are: N takes the personals, A, in requital, keeps the whole real property, mansion and title. V falls to the share of the captain, and tries a sea voyage as a bride in the Royal Eliza. Both are pleased with the part they acquire as joint heirs, and old Morris Beaver is bundled downstairs. Moral. The public perhaps with the drama might quarrel, if deprived of all epilogue, prologue, and moral. This may serve for all three then. Young ladies of property, let Lady A's history serve as a stopper t'ye. Don't wed with low people beneath your degree, and if you've a baby, don't send it to sea. Young noblemen, shun everything like a brawl, and be sure when you dine out, or go to a ball, don't take the best hat that you find in the hall, and leave one in its stead that's worth nothing at all. Old knights, don't give bribes, above all never urge a man to steal people's things or to stick an old clergyman. And you, ye sea captains, who've nothing to do but to run round the world, fight and drink till all's blue, and tell us tough yarns, and then swear they are true, reflect, notwithstanding your seafaring life, that you can't get on well long without you've a wife. So get one at once, treat her kindly and gently, write a nautical novel, and send it to Bentley. Note on Billy the Norman. An incident very like one in Jack Sheppard, a work some have lauded, and others have peppered, where a Dutch pirate kidnaps then tosses Thames Darrell, just so in the sea, and he's saved by a barrel. On the coast, if I recollect rightly, it's flung hole, and the hero, half drowned, scrambles out of the bung hole. It ain't no sich thing. The hero ain't bunged in no barrel at all. He's picked up by a captain, just as Norman was arterwards. Printer's devil. End of note. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series, by Richard Harris Barham. Section 27. It has been already hinted that Mr. Peters had been a traveller in his day, the only story which his lady would ever allow her P to finish. He began as many as would furnish an additional volume to the 1001 Nights, is the last I shall offer. The subject, I fear me, is not over new, but will remind my friends of something better they have seen before. Mr. Peters' Story. The Bagman's Dog. Stant litori puppies. Virgil. It was a litter of 5, 4 are drowned, and 1 left alive. He was thought worthy alone to survive, and the bagman resolved upon bringing him up, to eat of his bread and drink of his cup. He was such a dear little cock-tailed pup. The bagman taught him many a trick. He would carry and fetch and run after a stick, could well understand the word of command, and appeared to doze, with a crust on his nose, till the bagman permissively waved his hand. Then to throw up and catch it he never would fail, as he sat up on end on his little cock-tail. Never was puppy so bien instruit, or possessed of such natural talent as he. And as he grew older, every beholder agreed he grew handsomer, sleeker, and bolder. Time, however his wheels we may clog, wends steadily still with onward jog, and the cock-tailed puppy's a curly-tailed dog. When just at the time he was reaching his prime, and all thought he'd be turning out something sublime, one unlucky day, how no one could say, whether soft liaison induced him to stray, or some kidnapping vagabond coaxed him away, he was lost to the view, like the morning dew. He had been, and was not, that's all that they knew, and the bagman stormed, and the bagman swore, as never a bagman had sworn before. But storming or swearing but little avails to recover lost dogs with great curly tails. In a large paved court close by Billiter Square stands a mansion, old but in thorough repair. The only thing strange from the general air of its size and appearance is how it got there. In front is a short semicircular stair, of stone steps some half score, then you reach the ground floor. with a shell-patterned architrave over the door. It is spacious, and seems to be built on the plan of a gentleman's house in the reign of Queen Anne, which is odd, for although, as we very well know, under Tudors and Stuarts the city could show many noblemen's seats above bridge and below, yet that fashion soon after induced them to go from St. Michael Cornhill and St. Mary le Bow to St. James and St. George and St. Anne in Soho. Be this as it may, at the date I assign to my tale, that's about 1769, this mansion, now rather upon the decline, had less dignified owners, belonging, in fine, to Turner, Dry, Wiperside, Rogers, and Pine, a respectable house in the Manchester line. There were a score of bagmen and more, who had travelled full oft for the firm before, but just at this period they wanted to send some person on whom they could safely depend, a trustworthy body, half agent, half friend, on some mercantile matter as far as Ostend, and the person they pitched on was Anthony Blogg, a grave steady man, not addicted to grog, the bagman, in short, who had lost this great dog. The sea, the open sea, that is the place where we all wish to be, rolling about on it merrily, so all sing and say, by night and by day, in the boudoir, the street, at the concert and play, in a sort of coxcombical roundelay. You may roam through the city transversely or straight, from Whitechapel turnpike to Cumberland gate, and every young lady who thrums a guitar, every mustachioed shopman who smokes a cigar, with affected devotion, promulgates his notion of being a rover and child of the ocean. Whate'er their age, sex, or condition may be, they all of them long for the wide, wide sea. But however they dote, only set them afloat in any craft bigger at all than a boat. Take them down to the Nore, and you'll see that before the wessel they voyage in has made half her way between Shellness Point and the pier at Herne Bay, let the wind meet the tide in the slightest degree, they'll be all of them heartily sick of the sea. I've stood in Margate on a bridge of size, inferior far to that described by Byron, where palaces and prisons on each hand rise. That too's a stone one, this is made of iron, and little donkey boys your steps environ, each proffering for your choice his tiny hack, vaunting its excellence, and should you hire one, for 6d will he urge, with frequent thwack, the much-enduring beast to Buenos Aires and back. And there, on many a raw and gusty day, I've stood and turned my gaze upon the pier, and seen the crews that did embark so gay, that self-same morn now disembark so queer. Then to myself I've sighed and said, oh dear, who would believe yon sickly-looking man's London Jack-tar, a Cheapside buccaneer? But hold, my muse, for this terrific stanza is all too stiffly grand for our extravaganza. So now we'll go up, 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 and now we'll go down, 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 and now we'll go backwards and forwards, and now we'll go round, round, round. I hope you've sufficient discernment to see, gentle reader, that here the discarding the D is a fault which you must not attribute to me. Thus my nurse cut it off, when with counterfeit glee she sung as she danced me about on her knee, in the year of our Lord 1803. All I mean to say is, that the Muse is now free from the self-imposed trammels put on by her betters, and no longer like Filch, midst the felons and debtors, at Drury Lane dances her hornpipe in fetters. Resuming her track, at once she goes back to our hero the bagman. Alas and alack, poor Anthony Blogg is as sick as a dog, spite of sundry unwonted potations of grog. By the time the Dutch packet is fairly at sea, with the sands called the Goodwins a league on her lee. And now, my good friends, I've a fine opportunity to obfuscate you all by sea terms with impunity, and talking of caulking, and quarter-deck walking, fore and aft, and abaft, hookers, barkies, and craft, at which Mr. Poole has so wickedly laughed, of binnacles, bilboes, the boom called the spanker, the best bower cable, the jib and sheet anchor, of lower deck guns, and of broadsides and chases, of taffrails and topsails, and splicing main braces, and shiver my timbers, and other odd phrases, employed by old pilots with hard-featured faces, of the expletives seafaring gentlemen use, the allusions they make to the eyes of their crews, how the sailors too swear, how they cherish their hair, and what very long pigtails a great many wear. But, reader, I scorn it. The fact is, I fear, to be candid, I can't make these matters so clear as Marryat or Cooper or Captain Shamir or Sir E. Lytton Bulwer, who brought up the rear of the Nauticals just at the end of the year 1839. How time flies, oh dear! With a well-written preface to make it appear that his play, The Sea Captains, by no means small beer. There, brought up the rear, you see there's a mistake, which none of the authors I've mentioned would make. I ought to have said that he sailed in their wake. So I'll merely observe, as the water grew rougher, the more my poor hero continued to suffer, till the sailors themselves cried in pity, Poor Buffer! Still rougher it grew, and still harder it blew, and the thunder kicked up such a hullabaloo, that even the skipper began to look blue, while the crew, who were few, looked very queer too, and seemed not to know what exactly to do. And they who'd the charge of them wrote in the logs, Wind N.E. blows a hurricane, rains cats and dogs. In short, it soon grew to a tempest as rude as that Shakespeare describes near the still vexed Bermudas. Note, see Appendix. When the winds in their sport drove aside from its port the King's ship with the whole Neapolitan court, and swamped it to give the King's son Ferdinanda soft moment or two with the Lady Miranda, while her pa met the rest, and severely rebuked 'em for unhandsomely doing him out of his dukedom. You don't want me, however, to paint you a storm, as so many have done, and in colours so warm. Lord Byron, for instance, in manner facetious, Mr. Ainsworth more gravely, see also Lucretius, a writer who gave me no trifling vexation, when a youngster at school on Dean Collett's foundation. Suffice it to say, that the whole of that day, and the next, they were scudding away, quite out of their course, propelled by the force of those flatulent folks known in classical story as Aquilo, Libs, Notus, Ulster, and Boreas, driven quite at their mercy, twixt Guernsey and Jersey, till at length they came bump on the rocks and the shallows, in west longitude 157, near St. Malo's. There you'd not be surprised that the vessel capsized, or that Blogg, who had made, from intestine commotions, his specifical gravity less than the ocean's, should go floating away, midst the surges and spray, like a cork in a gutter, which, swoln by a shower, runs down Holborn Hill about 9 knots an hour. You've seen, I've no doubt, at Bartholomew Fair, gentle reader, that is, if you've ever been there, with their hands tied behind them, some 2 or 3 pair of boys round a bucket set up on a chair, skipping and dippin', eyes, nose, chin, and lippin', their faces and hair with the water all drippin', in an anxious attempt to catch hold of a pippin that bobs up and down in the water whenever they touch it, as mocking the fruitless endeavour, exactly as poets say, how though they can't tell us, Old Nick's nonpareils play at bob with poor Tantalus. Stay, I'm not clear, but I'm rather out here. 'Twas the water itself that slipped from him, I fear. Faith, I can't recollect, and I haven't Lempriere. No matter. Poor Blogg went on ducking and bobbing, sneezing out the salt water, and gulping and sobbing, just as Clarence in Shakespeare describes all the qualms he experienced while dreaming they'd drowned him in Malmsey. Oh Lord, he thought, what pain it was to drown, and saw great fishes with great goggling eyes, glaring as he was bobbing up and down, and looking as they thought him quite a prize, when as he sank, and all was growing dark, a something seized him with its jaws. A shark? No such thing, reader, most opportunely for Blogg. 'Twas a very large, web-footed, curly-tailed dog. I'm not much of a traveller, and really can't boast that I know a great deal of the Brittany coast, but I've often heard say that e'en to this day the people of Granville, St. Malo's, and thereabout, are a class that society doesn't much care about, men who gain a subsistence by contraband dealing, and a mode of abstraction strict people call stealing. Notwithstanding all which, they are civil of speech, above all to a stranger who comes within reach, and they were so to Blogg, when the curly-tailed dog at last dragged him out high and dry on the beach. But we all have been told by the proverb of old, by no means to think all that glitters is gold, and in fact some advance, that most people in France join the manners and air of a maitre de dance to the morals, as Johnson of Chesterfield said, of an elderly lady in Babylon bred, much addicted to flirting and dressing in red. Be this as it might, it embarrassed Blogg quite to find those about him so very polite. A suspicious observer perhaps might have traced the petit swan tendered with so much good taste to the sight of an old-fashioned pocket-book placed in a black leather belt well secured round his waist, and a ring set with diamonds his finger that graced, so brilliant no one could have guessed they were paste. The group on the shore consisted of 4. You will wonder, perhaps, there were not a few more, but the fact is they've not in that part of the nation what Malthus would term a too dense population. Indeed, the sole sign there of man's habitation was merely a single rude hut in a dingle that led away inland direct from the shingle, its sides clothed with underwood, gloomy and dark, some 200 yards above high water mark, and thither the party, so cordial and hardy, viz. An old man, his wife, and 2 lads, made a startee, the bagman proceeding, with equal good breeding, to express in indifferent French all he feels, the great curly-tailed dog keeping close to his heels. They soon reached the hut, which seemed partly in ruin, all the way bowing, chattering, shrugging, mon Dieuing, grimacing, and what sailors call parlez-vouing. Is it Paris or Kitchener, reader, exhorts you, whenever your stomach's at all out of sorts, to try if you find richer viands won't stop in it, a basin of good mutton broth with a chop in it, such a basin and chop as I once heard a witty one call at the Garrick a cursed committee one, an expression I own I do not think a pretty one. However, it's clear that with sound table beer, such a mess as I speak of is very good cheer, especially, too, when a person's wet through, and is hungry and tired and don't know what to do. Now just such a mess of delicious hot pottage was smoking away when they entered the cottage, and casting a truly delicious perfume through the whole of an ugly old ill-furnished room. Hot, smoking hot, on the fire was a pot, well replenished, but really I can't say with what, for famed as the French always are for ragouts, no creature can tell what they put in their stews, whether bullfrogs, old gloves, or old wigs, or old shoes, Notwithstanding, when offered, I rarely refuse, any more than poor Blogg did, when seeing the reeky repast placed before him, scarce able to speak, he, in ecstasy, muttered, ' By Jove, cocky leeky !' In an instant, as soon as they gave him a spoon, every feeling and faculty bent on the gruel, he no more blamed Fortune for treating him cruelly, but fell tooth and nail on the soup and the booly. Meanwhile, that old man standing by subducted his long coat tails on high, with his back to the fire, as if to dry a part of his dress which the watery sky had visited rather inclemently. Blandly he smiled, but still he looked sly, and a something sinister lurked in his eye. Indeed, had you seen him his maritime dress in, you'd have owned his appearance was not prepossessin'. He'd a dreadnought coat, and heavy sabots, with thick wooden soles turned up at the toes, his netherman cased in a striped quelque chose, and a hump on his back, and a great hooked nose, so that 9 out of 10 would be led to suppose that the person before them was Punch in plain clothes. Yet still, as I told you, he smiled on all present, and did all that lay in his power to look pleasant. The old woman, too, made a mighty ado, helping her guest to a deal of the stew. She fished up the meat, and she helped him to that. She helped him to lean, and she helped him to fat, and it looked like hare, but it might have been cat. The little garçon too strove to express their sympathy towards the child of distress, with a great deal of juvenile French politesse, but the bagman bluff continued to stuff of the fat and the lean and the tender and tough, till they thought he would never cry ' Hold enough,' and the old woman's tones became far less agreeable, sounding like peste and sacre and diable. I've seen an old saw, which is well worth repeating, that says, ' Good eating deserveth good drinking.' You'll find it so printed by Carton or Winkin, and a very good proverb it is to my thinkin'. Blogg thought so too, as he finished his stew. His ear caught the sound of the word ' morbleu,' pronounced by the old woman under her breath, now not knowing what she could mean by Blue Death. He conceived she referred to a delicate brewin, which is almost synonymous, namely, Blue Ruin. So he pursed up his lip to a smile, and with glee, in his cocknified accent, responded, ' Oh, vee,' which made her understand he was asking for brandy. So she turned to the cupboard, and having some handy, produced, rightly deeming he would not object to it, an orbicular bulb with a very long neck to it. In fact, you perceive her mistake was the same as his, each of them reasoning right from wrong premises. And here, by the way, allow me to say, kind reader, you sometimes permit me to stray, 'tis strange the French prove when they take to aspersing, so inferior to us in the science of cursing. Kick a Frenchman downstairs, how absurdly he swears, and how odd 'tis to hear him, when beat to a jelly, roar out in a passion, Blue Death and Blue Belly. To return to our sheep, from this little digression, Blogg's features assumed a complacent expression, as he emptied his glass, and she gave him a fresh 'un. Too little he heeded how fast they succeeded. Perhaps you or I might have done, though, as he did, for when once Madame Fortune deals out her hard raps, it's amazing to think how one cottons to drink. At such times, of all things in nature perhaps, there's not one that is half so seducing as schnapps. Mr. Blogg, beside being uncommonly dry, was, like most other bagmen, remarkably shy, did not like to deny, felt obliged to comply, every time that she asked him to wet t'other eye, for 'twas worthy remark that she spared not the stoup, though before she had seemed so to grudge him the soup. At length the fumes rose to his brain, and his nose gave hints of a strong disposition to doze, and a yearning to seek horizontal repose. His queer-looking host, who firm at his post, During all the long meal had continued to toast, That garment 'twere rude to Do more than allude to, Perceived from his breathing and nodding, the views Of his guest were directed to taking a snooze ; So he caught up a lamp in his huge dirty paw, With, as Blogg used to tell it, ' Mounseer Swivey Maw,' And marshall'd him so The way he should go Upstairs to an attic, large, gloomy, and low, Without table or chair, Or a movable there, Save an old fashioned bedstead much out of repair, That stood at the end most removed from the stair. With a grin and a shrug, The host points to the rug, Just as much as to say, ' There, I think you'll be snug,' Puts the light on the floor, Walks to the door, Makes a formal salaam, and is then seen no more, When, just as the ear lost the sound of his tread, To the bagman's surprise, and at first to his dread, The great curly tail'd dog crept from under the bed. It's a very nice thing when a man's in a fright, And thinks matters all wrong, to find matters all right, As for instance when going home latish at night, Through a churchyard, and seeing a thing all in white, Which of course one is led to consider a sprite, To find that the ghost Is merely a post, Or a miller, or chalky faced donkey at most ; Or when taking a walk, as the evenings begin To close, or as some people call it, draw in, And some undefined form, looming large through the haze, Presents itself right in your path to your gaze, Inducing a dread Of a knock on the head, Or a sever'd carotid, to find that instead Of one of those ruffians who murder and fleece men, It's your uncle, or one of the rural policemen. Then the blood flows again Through artery and vein, You're delighted with what just before gave you pain, You laugh at your fears, and your friend in the fog Meets a welcome as cordial as Anthony Blogg Now bestowed on his friend, the great curly tail'd dog. For the dog leap'd up, and his paws found a place On each side his neck in a canine embrace, And he lick'd Blogg's hands, and he lick'd his face, And he waggled his tail, as much as to say, ' Mr. Blogg, we've foregather'd before to day.' And the bagman saw, as he now sprang up, What beyond all doubt He might have found out Before, had he not been so eager to sup. 'Twas Sancho, the dog he had rear'd from a pup, The dog who when sinking had seized his hair, The dog who had saved and conducted him there, The dog he had lost out of Billiter Square. It's passing sweet, An absolute treat, When friends long sever'd by distance meet, With what warmth and affection each other they greet, Especially too, as we very well know, If there seems any chance of a little cadeau, A present from Brighton, or token, to show, In the shape of a work box, ring, bracelet, or so, That our friends don't forget us, although they may go To Ramsgate, or Rome, or Fernando Po. If some little advantage seems likely to start From a £50 note to a twopenny tart, It's surprising to see how it softens the heart, And you'll find those whose hopes from the other are strongest Use in common endearments the thickest and longest. But it was not so here, for although it is clear, When abroad and we have not a single friend near, E'en a cur that will love us becomes very dear, And the balance of interest 'twixt him and the dog Of course was inclining to Anthony Blogg. Yet he first of all ceased To encourage the beast, Perhaps thinking enough is as good as a feast, And besides, as we've said, being sleepy and mellow, He grew tired of patting and crying, ' Poor fellow !' So his smile by degrees hardened into a frown, And his ' That's a good dog ' into ' Down, Sancho, down !' But nothing could stop his mute favourite's caressing, Who in fact seem'd resolved to prevent his undressing, Using paws, tail, and head, as if he had said, ' Most beloved of masters, pray don't go to bed, You had much better sit up and pat me instead.' Nay, at last, when determined to take some repose, Blogg threw himself down on the outside the clothes. Spite of all he could do, the dog jumped up too, and kept him awake with his very cold nose, scratching and whining, and moaning and pining, till Blogg really believed he must have some design in thus breaking his rest, above all when at length the dog scratched him off from the bed by sheer strength. Extremely annoyed by the tarnation wopposite, scald in Kentuck on his head and its opposite, Blogg showed fight when he saw by the light of the flickering candle that had not yet quite burnt down in the socket, though not over bright, certain dark-coloured stains as of blood newly spilt, revealed by the dog's having scratched off the quilt, which hinted a story of horror and guilt. 'Twas no mistake, he was wide awake in an instant, for when only decently drunk, nothing sobers a man so completely as funk. And hark, what's that? They have got into chat in the kitchen below. What the deuce are they at? There's the ugly old fisherman scolding his wife, and she, by the Pope, she's whetting a knife at each twist of her wrist, and her great mutton fist. The edge of the weapon sounds shriller and louder. The fierce kitchen fire had not made Blogg perspire half so much, or a dose of the best James powder. It ceases, all's silent, and now, I declare, there's somebody crawls up that rickety stair. The horrid old ruffian comes cat-like creepin'. He opens the door just sufficient to peep in, and sees, as he fancies, the bagman sleepin'. For Blogg, when he'd once ascertained that there was some precious mischief on foot, had resolved to play possum. Down he went, legs and head, flat on the bed, apparently sleeping as sound as the dead, while though none who looked at him would think such a thing, every nerve in his frame was braced up for a spring. Then just as the villain crept stealthily still in, and you'd not have insured his guest's life for a shilling, as the knife gleamed on high, bright and sharp as a razor, Blogg, starting upright, tipped the fellow a facer. Down went man and weapon, of all sorts of blows. From what Mr. Jackson reports, I suppose, there are few that surpass a flush hit on the nose. Now had I the pen of old Ossian or Homer, though each of these names some pronounce a misnomer, and say the first person was called James Macpherson, while as to the second they stoutly declare he was no one knows who, and born no one knows where. Or had I the quill of Pierce Egan, a writer, acknowledged the best theoretical fighter for the last 20 years by the lively young peers, who, doffing their coronets, collars, and ermine treat boxers to Max at the 1 Ton in Jermyn Street. I say, could I borrow these gentlemen's muses, more skilled than my meek one in fibbings and bruises, I'd describe now to you as prime a set to, and regular turn-up as ever you knew, not inferior in bottom to aught you have read of, since Crib years ago half knocked Molyneux's head off. But my dainty Urania says such things are shocking. Lace mittens she loves, detesting the gloves, and turning with air most disdainfully mocking, from Melpomene's buskin adopts the silk stocking. So as far as I can see, I must leave you to fancy the thumps and the bumps and the ups and the downs, and the taps and the slaps and the raps on the crowns, that passed twixt the husband, wife, bagman, and dog, as Blogg rolled over them, and they rolled over Blogg, while what's called the claret flew over the garret, merely stating the fact, as each other they whacked, the dog his old master most gallantly backed, making both the garçon who came running in sheer off, with Hippolyte's thumb and Alphonse's left ear off, next making a stoop on the buffeting group on the floor, rent in tatters the old woman's jupon. Then the old man turned up, and a fresh bite of Sancho's tore out the whole seat of his striped calamancos. Really, which way this desperate fray might have ended at last, I'm not able to say, the dog keeping thus the assassins at bay. But a few fresh arrivals decided the day, for bounce went the door, In came half a score of the passengers, sailors, and one or two more, who had aided the party in gaining the shore. It's a great many years ago, mine then were few, since I spent a short time in old Courageux. I think that they say she had been in her day a first rate, but was then what they termed a rasee, and they took me on board in the Downs where she lay. Captain Wilkinson held the command by the way. In her I picked up on that single occasion the little I know that concerns navigation, and obtained inter alia some vague information of a practice which often in cases of robbing is adopted on shipboard. I think it's called cobbing. How it's managed exactly I really can't say, but I think that a bootjack is brought into play. That is, if I'm right, it exceeds my ability to tell how 'tis done, but the system is one of which Sancho's exploit would increase the facility, and from all I can learn, I'd much rather be robbed of the little I have in my purse than be cobbed. That's mere matter of taste, but the Frenchman was placed, I mean the old scoundrel whose actions we've traced, in such a position that on this unmasking his consent was the last thing the men thought of asking. The old woman, too, was obliged to go through, with her boys, the rough discipline used by the crew, who, before they let one of the set see the back of them, cobbed the whole party, ay, every man jack of them. Moral. And now, gentle reader, before that I say, farewell for the present, and wish you good day. Attend to the moral I draw from my lay. If ever you travel like Anthony Blogg, be wary of strangers, don't take too much grog, and don't fall asleep, if you should, like a hog. Above all, carry with you a curly-tailed dog. Lastly, don't act like Blogg, who, I say it with blushing, sold Sancho next month for 2 guineas at Flushing. But still on these words of the bard keep a fixed eye, Ingratum si dixeris omnia dixti. L'Envoi. I felt so disgusted with Blogg from sheer shame of him, I never once thought to inquire what became of him. If you want to know, reader, the way I opine to achieve your design, mind it's no wish of mine, is a penny will do't by addressing a line to Turner, Dry, Wiperside, Rogers, and Pine. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ingoldsby Legends, First Series, by Richard Harris Barham. Section 28. Appendix. Since penning this stanza, a learned antiquary has put my poor muse in no trifling quandary, by writing an essay to prove that he knows a spot which in truth is the real Bermuthus, in the Mediterranean, now called Lampedosa. For proofs having made, as he farther alleges, stir, an entry was found in the old parish register, the which at his instance the excellent vicar extracted, viz. Caliban, base son of Sycorax. He had rather by half have found Prospero's staff, but 'twas useless to dig for the want of a picker-axe. Colonel Paisley, however, 'tis everywhere said, now he's blown up the old Royal George at Spithead, and the great cliff at Dover, of which we've all read, takes his whole apparatus and goes out to look, and see if he can't try and blow up the book. Gentle reader, farewell. If I add one more line, he'll be, in all likelihood, blowing up mine. End of section 28. End of the Ingoldsby Legends, First Series.